Kevin, Kevin,
ரெக்கார்ட் பண்றேன்.
Kevin, 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 Kevin,
Hello.
Kevin, கவின்
visible. Good morning to all. Welcome to our
Good morning, ma'am.
good morning. Malla Reddy sir, Chairman of CMR Group of Institution. Then Narasimha Reddy sir for Vice Chairman CMR Group of Institution. Then I invite the Gopal Reddy sir for Secretary and Correspondent CMR Group of Institution. Abhinav Reddy sir. Then Janga Reddy, Director Janga Reddy sir, Director CMR Institute of Technology. Then Principal sir Satyanarayana. Then our department HOD Dr. Prakash sir and Dr. Pradeep Reddy sir. Welcome to all. Then welcome to participant from various colleges, faculty and students. Welcome to all the participants. Then welcome to our college department faculty and staff members. Then students, welcome to all. The two-day seminar for national seminar on cyber security and data science, life-changing future-ready technology. For the 2 days event for seminar for November 26th and 27th of 2021. So all the participants to join the event and make grand success for the 2 days. So the session will be start from morning 10 to 12, afternoon 1 to 3:30 for both days. So all the participants, please join and cooperate with your event for grand success. Now I hand over to my colleague Sweta.
Good morning, all. Today's resource person, Dr. T. Senthil Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of CSC, Amrita School of Engineering, Coimbatore. Dr. T. Senthil Kumar completed his BTech Computer Science Engineering from Setu Institute of Technology, Madurai. He then completed his MTech Distributed Computing Systems from Pondicherry Engineering College, Pondicherry. He completed his PhD in Information and Communication Engineering from Anna University, Chennai. His area of interest include video surveillance, deep learning, cloud computing, software engineering, video processing, wireless sensor networks, big data computing, embedded automation. He is currently working as Associate Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department at Amrita School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore. He has received appreciation in Indian Express for agent-based programming for banking domain. He has publication in nine national conferences, 12 international conference, 14 international journal, and 2 edited book chapter. He has publication in 19 Scopus Index publications. He has published a book on C++. He is a reviewer for Elsewhere Computers and Electrical Engineering Journal, IEEE Access, InterScience, International Journal of Intelligent Information Systems, IGI Global, Springer Data Analysis, International Institute of Engineers Journal, Journal of Electronic Imaging, Computer Modeling in Engineering and Sciences, IGI Global Publisher, Soft Computing, InterScience, Institute of Computational Medicine and Healthcare, Springer Soft Computing, Neural Computing and Applications, Elsewhere Compute Methods and Programs in Biomedicine. He is guiding scholar with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham in area of video analytics, deep learning, signal processing. He teaches courses in video processing, video analytics, distributed systems, multidimensional signal processing. He has involved himself in developing in competency areas of programming like MATLAB, NS2JST, .NET, Android, Hadoop, OpenCV, deep learning tools, embedded automation. He is working with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham Coimbatore since 2001. He is a part of funded projects with IBM, DST, and Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Now I request Dr. T. Senthil Kumar sir to continue the session.
Okay, so thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So thanks to Dhanlakshmi madam and thanks to yourself, ma'am, for the introduction. So you will
Thank you, sir.
take through the session. So first I'll share the screen. Just confirm me whether you're able to see the content. You're able to see the screen, ma'am? Contents. Hello.
It's
Ah,
visible.
okay,
now.
sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I want to talk to you about 3 areas which I will try to go together in the session. The first area would be into the cybersecurity threats. The second area would be into if you are in the position to find that there is a threat to security, how do you actually diagnose it and how do you resolve it using deep learning algorithms. So that's the plan of today's session. So if you look at cybersecurity in a very broad area, people say that anything that is your way where people are trying to take your data, then there is a situation that your data is not your data, it is somebody's global data. It could be a small example like today people are leaving their passwords on the Gmail account. Somebody accesses their account and try to change their phone number for authentication. Then automatically the account is not belonging to the individual, but the account is belonging to somebody else. Right. So cyber crimes as such are very challenging because you do not know who is trying to interpret your data. And once your data is not with you, then what happens is the data is actually belonging to somebody and anybody can actually spoil your data. Right. So that's a challenge today. That's one of the reasons people say that when you put your data on the social media or when you are trying to leave your data unsecured, then please make sure that your data is immediately secured through some way. Right. Now, we always assume that we are securing our data, but it is always possible that the data that you've kept is not secure. So what is cybersecurity, right? So cybersecurity would call itself as a body of technologies, processes, and practices which are involved in protecting individuals and organizations from cybercrime. So if I'm a hacker and I'm trying to access your data, then I'm one of the person who gets involved into a cybercrime. Now, when the data is actually within a smaller network, it is not a challenge at all because your data is not going to be stolen by anybody. But once your data is not belonging to a smaller network, it's in a global network, right? So anybody can access your data. For example, let's say you go to your Facebook and you're trying to access the Facebook content, right? Now, I could see some scribblings. I think that's something with the tool. Okay. So let's take, you will have your data on the Facebook and trying to assume that your Facebook is going to have your photos and you're trying to share your content. So you are sharing your content to your close people, it's not a problem. But once your data is shared from your side to a private or a public community, right, then what happens is somebody who is not a friend, who is a mutual friend of yourself, might actually access your data and in a way it becomes unauthorized. So the point I'm leaving to the people is today's challenge is the data is not in your computer, the data is not in your network, the data is in the global network, right? So there are generally 5 principles in cybersecurity. One is called as confidentiality, and second one is called as integrity, and third is availability, fourth is accountability, and fifth is called as auditability. So let's see one by one. Okay, first one is called as confidentiality, right? So what is confidentiality is like it indicates a set of rules that actually limits access or place restrictions with respect to the type of information. For example, if you are trying to keep your details, you would say that my bank account password is very much confidential, right? So I could see some scribbling coming up on the screen, I think with different names. Can the moderator please take care of it? Madam?
Sir.
Yeah. There's some lines coming up on the screen. Let's build lines, right?
Okay. Yes,
Yeah. I think somebody's
yes, sir.
system is accessed.
Yes, sir.
So please check it now. Okay. So next is the integrity part. What is integrity? Is like whatever data that you're kept on is actually accurate. So integrity is very important. The reason is, you actually talk about integrity right from your smallest password to the biggest documents that you want to have. For example, your property documents may be a biggest document that you would say that it needs to be accurate always. The next is availability of the data. You cannot say that people can have to wait for getting a data just because it's secure. If anybody wants a data, they should be able to access, right? So the guarantee you're trying to provide to the people that you can get the data anytime is the third important factor called as availability. Fourth is accountability. This is where, today there's always a very important debate. Who has changed the data? For example, if I have some data with my account, somebody changes my data, then I do not know how do I find who has accessed my data, right? So the changes to the data is the next question, right? So there, it is always interesting to understand that who has changed the data is coming out with a lot of solutions. So there the interesting solution is the blockchain, as each one of you know. So if there are 5 members in the group, all 5 members together will actually be part of a blockchain. The data changes, it means that it is not changed by yourself, it is a data but changed by all 5 people together, right? So that's where accountability is taken care when it comes to case of blockchain. Next is auditability, right? What is auditability is you actually talk about whether the system that you made for securing your data is following some sort of standards or not. So this is where you can see a big revolution coming up with respect to job also. A lot of companies are actually recruiting people who call themselves as audit engineers in terms of cybersecurity, right? So in fact, students who are attending the session, I would always say to you, like, if you do not like programming, you can actually look into this field, right? That's cybersecurity audits. So, but as you join in, you'll have to do some courses, get yourself certified. And there's a big package that the industry offers as a salary also to take care of the audits, right? To take care of the audits. So that is called as auditability. So next is cybersecurity threats. What are the threats in cybersecurity? Before going into that, let's talk about what is a cyber threat. A cyber threat is any malicious act, okay, that attempts I think I'll have to shut up.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Dhanalakshmi madam, are you there? Hello, Dhanalakshmi madam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Madam, you please make Sendil sir co-host. Request Sendil sir to make a option, do not annotate. Then nobody will be able to annotate it. Here some students are there and it is really hard to request them. And sir is disrupting his talk. So make him a co-host. Then he will be disable the notation. Then there's no problem. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir.
Okay, fine. So I'll continue, sir. Is that fine?
I think this is the one that madam then from the June you disable the annotation. Then continue. Yes, madam will make you co-host, I think. Because annotation disable is necessary. Otherwise, it is again and again will be putting just. There are some students and there are some other outside people also. We are not able to know by the names. ID is written.
UPI dalna na.
The participant, you should cooperate us, and this program is for you, not for us, right? So not create a disturbance.
बोलो ये बताओ हाँ ये बताओ एड्रेस.
Okay, so we'll continue. Madam, shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, fine. So now what are we placing is the next keyword in the theory, which is called a cyber threat. So what a cyber threat is? Any malicious act that attempts to gain access to a computer network without authorization or permission from the owners is actually called as a cyber threat. Here, what I have seen in the recent days, let's take you are trying to access a server of a university. Let's take you access a university called as XYZ. And that university is trying to have some contents for learning, right? And let's take you are sitting from India and you are trying to access that FTP. You are able to access, right? Now, curiously, what you would try to do is like, can I copy some content from here? Let's take your presentation and try to copy it to that FTP server, which is another university, and assume that it is copied. okay, then I can assure you less than 24 hours you will get a mail from that university and the cybercrime department of that country saying that you have access that FTP of the university and you are trying to put some content which is not authorized. Fine. So that's the smallest cyber threat which is very dangerous for the students or anybody who's trying to post some contents which is malicious on the academic servers. Other than that, the general cyber threat servers are basically connected with Trojans, unpatched softwares, right? Then that case, next one is phishing and access frauds. This phishing is very interesting. You are actually accessing your web page, but somebody is also parallelly trying to access your content. So that's called as phishing, right? Now, let's move on to the next one. What are the sources of cyber threats, right? So cyber threats as such comes from variety of sources. One would be basically with respect to people who are not liking the data or who wants the data. There you can call people to be understood as generally as hackers. So if you are running an organization, your data that you have, let's take you have a company and you basically take care of the service of customers and you have got around 50,000 customers. Okay, let's take it like that. You are having an AC service company. You have 50,000 customers data. All 50,000 customers are with you. Let's take that as a third-party hacker, right, who has started an AC service company. If he wants to get business, what he can do is he can try to hack your system, get the 50,000 contacts, right? Put a telecall engineer, talk to all the 50,000 contacts saying that we are a new AC service company and we are giving 50% discount on the AC service charges. So out of the 50,000 contacts, maybe at least 1,000 people may be shifting from the original company to the next company. So that's the next one where we talk about business competitors, right? Hacking means it's not just going and modifying, stealing somebody's data as part of business is also called as hacking. So cyber threats can be classified basically under different criteria. One criteria is basically called as resources. You go and access the resources of the other organization. The next is you try to attack the organizational structure, right? And third would be is basically with respect to the funding. So here, the threats as such basically can be monitored as a structured or an unstructured one. What a structured threat is, let's take you actually have a virus in your computer. Let's take it like this. And you're connected to a network where there are 30 systems working. Let's take this virus keeps available in your system. You send a program, the virus also goes to somebody's computer. At the time, let's take you send a program to all 30 people open, they get a virus back to the systems. That's an example of a structured threat. Sometimes it's very random, right? You cannot monitor the threats at all. That's where we talk about unstructured threats. So unstructured threats, again, would be basically related to the type of data. So it can be basically for a person in an organization or in a group of people in an organization. But anytime you would like to have the attack being detected, right? Structured threat as such is done by a group of people. And they will actually have a funding also generally being available. So this is where you can see that governments suddenly come back saying that their government organizational websites are being hacked, right? So there may be a group of people who try to access that data and try to make some suspicious activities on the website. That's an example of structured cyber threat. Highly structured cyber threat is where you have been monitoring the network for a more amount of time. Let's take you want to hack a network, right? You don't just run a program today and just hack it. You monitor the network activities for a more amount of time. And then you run a program, then your program might try to attack the network. So that's the difference between structured and highly structured. You take highly structured, you are basically doing a planning for a long amount of time. Then you are trying to find the possibility of attacking a system or a network, right, in a whole. So next, what we talk about here is actually about the cybersecurity threat index level. As far as cybersecurity threat index level is concerned, there are generally 4 levels. The first level is guarded, second is elevated, third is high, and fourth is critical. Okay. Now let's talk about the cyber attacks. Here, there's a lot of research that is now coming up with respect to this APT. People who want to write funding proposals also, or do some projects, you can actually look at this area, which is called as APT, active part. So here this expands to be as advanced persistent threat. What is this APT is if there's a network attack in which an unauthorized person is trying to gain access to the network and stays there for a longer amount of time. That is an example of an APT, right? Which is called as advanced persistent threat. Here I can give you a smaller example how these threats are looked at nowadays. Let's take you have your computer, right? And your computer is a very advanced computer with the highest level processor configuration. But your system is very slow, right? So what you will do, you will actually go and copy the programs, uninstall the softwares, you will make data to be available as free as possible in your system. But still the system is not working properly. The possibility is today what happens is people actually run programs on your remote system from their place as part of the internet. So what happens is whatever program they want to run, that program will run on your system and give back the result. Let's take, I have a program which I want to run with a higher level RAM. I don't have a computer. Let's take, I'm a hacker. I will try to access somebody's computer on the internet, run a program there and get the result back. Right. So that's a very best example of APT, which is active persistent threat. And in fact, it's connected to the cloud also. The next is backdoor. What is backdoor is you do some sort of bypassing a normal authentication and then you gain some access to the operating system or an application. Right. So you do not go through a normal security authentication of username password. Then you will actually go and access the data. That's called as backdoor. The next is called as buffer overflow, where you actually assume that you have a program, but the program is actually waiting for the user's input, right? But the input that is provided by the user is not working properly, so that results in a buffer overflow. The next is man-in-the-middle attack, which is everybody knows. Somebody intercepts the data, they modify the data and send it to the receiver. The next is cross-site scripting. What is cross-site scripting is you actually write a code which will actually have a program written in a scripting. The script can be JavaScript and that script will try to do some activities on the other system. So that's called as cross-site scripting. The next is DDoS attack, which is very dangerous, right? Your system is working, but your system is not able to respond to the request of other systems in the network. That's an example of called as DDoS attack. The next is SQL injection. What is SQL injection is you actually write an SQL query. Each one of you know what is an SQL query, right? Structured query language query, either in Oracle or whatever backend you know, and you try to go and modify the website's database. It's called as SQL injection. The next is zero-day exploit. What is zero-day exploit is like you actually have found that your system is hacked, your device is hacked, but you do not have a patch to recover from that. That means your system is being hacked and it's becoming hacked and the type of attack is increasing on your system. That's called zero-day exploit. So next is called as impacts of cyber attacks. So here the general impacts is very important. One, let's take a bank, for example, says our data is stolen. What will happen? Lakhs of customers who are connected to the bank would actually have a problem because their data might be stolen. So the reputation of the bank goes. That's the most important thing. Second is financial loss. As I told you, if I'm a dealer and let's take somebody has stolen my customer contacts, my business is gone, so my financially I'm lost. The next is the legal consequence, right? Let's take your Gmail account is being hacked and that Gmail account is actually used by some sort of third party who's trying to send suspicious mail to some other third party. So in the name of the Gmail account, your name resides. So you are responsible for everything, right? So that's called as a legal consequence part. Very important thing that people talk about in cyber attacks is basically the malicious code. So as we all know, a virus is a very good example of a malicious code. So in this, you have a lot of websites that actually gives you the virus content. So I'll show you one. One second. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. One second.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I am just sharing the website. I think people are able to see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Here, you go to the internet and type this keyword. It's total, you can see here. This will give you links of all possible virus, right? And any sort of malwares that you want to download. For example, if you're doing a research, and let's take you want to check whether your research algorithm works on a virus program to detect whether it is a virus or not, then in that case you can go to this website which is called as virustotal.com. Right here you can go and download, or otherwise you can upload a virus file also and check whether it is a malware. If so, what type of malware it is. Right now, something which I want you to see, because theoretically we are learning, but you should know where you can get the data. So now you know about virus, and worm I think people know very well, right? Worm can actually need not have a third party to replicate. So it will actually replicate itself and it will go to somebody's computer automatically, right? So worm is in fact dangerous compared to the virus. Next is Trojan horse. What is Trojan horse? Is like it will actually introduce some sort of virus into your system. Right? So let's take in the internet, you will get a link saying that download this, your system is free of virus. You just download that. What happens is your virus will get deleted, but what happens is you will try to introduce some new virus in your system. That's called as Trojan horse. Next is botnet. Botnet is very dangerous, in fact, because here it is no more about a centralized model, it's a distributed model. Once it is a centralized model, the advantage is very high. Nobody can actually go and modify your data. And let's take your data is stolen, you can ask the server, that the server administrator, right? If it is a botnet, if it is a general centralized, but if it is a botnet, it's not like that. It's a distributed model. So what happens here is anybody can actually go steal or modify the data. Okay. So next is keylogger, which is very dangerous. This is where most of the companies are nowadays working on. This falls into a field of something called as keyboard dynamics, right? So if I'm typing a key from my keyboard, and let's take you are typing a key from the keyboard, our way of typing will differ, though the passwords may be same, for example, right? So the way of typing is what is being considered here under the keyloggers. So keylogger is a software which will actually capture somebody's keystroke, and then based on it, it will try to regenerate the password. Next is rootkit. What is rootkit? This actually has a set of tools or programs which will allow you to access a system or a network at an administrator level. So if you're an administrator, you can actually go and install somebody's system. You can actually go and remove a program in somebody's system. So that's called as rootkit. Next is spyware. What is spyware? It means a software that is being hidden from the user. So the spyware as such will try to gather any details. What is the details? Suppose I'm accessing 5 web pages. It will try to access that also. If I'm typing some passwords, that passwords also will be copied back. If I'm having some bank account data or any suspicious data, which is secured for myself alone, that also will be accessed under the spyware. The next is called as an adware. What is adware? Is like here, most of the time you'll get some advertisement. Click this, you get $1,000. You go and click. Finally, it will ask you for your Gmail account. And let's take you give your Gmail account. It will ask you, can I take your contacts? And you say, just because you're getting $100 or $1,000, you say yes. All your Gmail account contacts are lost, right? So that's a very good example for talking about an adware. The next is ransomware. So what is ransomware? Is here we talk about a malware that actually prevents or limits users from accessing the system. And ransomware is very hard to detect because you cannot unlock a system data because there's a ransomware in your system. So next is about vulnerabilities. So here when you say vulnerable, there's a general keyword that means industry people say your system, your data is vulnerable to attacks. That's all. So when you say it is vulnerable, it means that there's a flaw in the system. There's a possibility for the attacker to access the data, and there's a possibility for the attacker to do something which is on a longer run on a system or a network, right? So the vulnerabilities can be classified under hardware, software, network, personal, physical site, Okay. And next is organizational level. So the causes of vulnerability is very simple. You have not cleared the passwords. Most of the time, in your browser, let's take, you are going and accessing somebody's laptop and you are trying to type a bank account. It asks you, do you want to save the password? You click yes and you leave the laptop, right? And somebody is going in, typing the bank account name. It will ask you the username, and the username is automatically populated in the text box, right? Password also will come automatically. So that means your credentials is lost. That is why people insist all the time that you should actually remove all the passwords as part of your cookie files. Another problem with respect to accessing data is today the social chat applications are also on your system. Let's take you have your laptop, right, and you are connected to your WhatsApp, for an example, and you close your laptop and somebody opens your laptop, the WhatsApp will come automatically and all your data is seen by the third party. So that is another bad example of saying that people do not clear the login information whenever they access some social chat applications. And in fact, industries sometimes always come and saying that most of your data should be on your system and not again any apps. Please take to understand. But once your data is on your mobile, there's a lot of possibility that you want to keep your data very much easily accessible. Suppose you install a banking app on your system, you enter a password. Sometimes you will think that, okay, this is my mobile, right? And password, why should I type all the time? You'll save the password. And let's take you lose your mobile, you lost your mobile, and you don't know that your mobile is with you for at least 10 hours, right? Somebody may access your bank account, transfer some data, or do something. Maybe they might go and lock your bank account also, right? So that's a very important thing here. So I think each one of you who's listening would actually see whether I am doing a similar mistake. In that case, you can try to correct yourself, right? Now, the first part is done. Now we have seen about what is cybersecurity. This should have given you a common platform to each one of you about what is cybersecurity, what are the threats in cybersecurity. The second one that we are going to go inside is very interesting. Here we will actually see how the industry looks cybersecurity differently, right? So here I'm taking a presentation which is posted by CDAG person called as Jairam, right? Because I felt this is very nice. I think this should give you an industry perspective. After this, we'll come to the code snippet and understand. So here, the first input is how industries actually look at this. Now we know cybersecurity means stealing somebody's data at a system level or at a network level, right? Now, industries actually assume anything at a network perspective. So they understand that the data has to be understood as a network perspective. So here the first issue is like, how do you detect a threat? So whenever you want to detect a threat, it's not detection, it's not alone, it is mitigating. That means you should have detected a threat, you should prevent from the threat being spread in the network. And here most important thing is speed. How quickly you have detected your threat, right? Because the attackers know very well that as a person, you would have installed antivirus, or as a company, you would have installed most of the softwares to protect your system, right? But how quickly can they protect your system? Before you try to detect and mitigate the threat, if the attacker can actually spread the threat in form of a virus or malware like that, then your system or network is completely hacked. So there are several methods that are being generally available from industry side. First method is actually like you understand what type of attack has happened. For example, you are running a company and you have a possibility that your system network may be hacked. So what you will do is you just go and see what are the past situations where your network has been hacked. From there, you will actually understand the type of attack traffic and you generate the signatures from that attack traffic. Signatures is basically features from the type of attack, right? See, normally the people will put a keyword saying normal traffic of normal traffic. What is normal traffic? Your system is sending data to another system is normal traffic. If a system is sending data to 10 systems at the same time, but in the last 6 months, the system has not sent data to the 10 systems at all at the same time, that is an example of signature. Please understand here. So the source IP address is your system. Your destination IP address is one of the systems, then it's not a challenge. But if your source IP is one system and the destination IP is 10 systems, there the issue is like your data is being spreading from your system to some other system. That means it is hacked. So you look at signatures, right? So that's the first point here. Look at signatures. This is where all the algorithms come in picture, machine learning, deep learning, all that come. The next one is user behavior analytics. See, as an employee of an organization, the industries always track what type of access you do. You go to certain companies, what they will do is they will say that their laptops have an RFID. And let's take you're working in a domain which is an accounts department, accounts cubicle. That means you are working on accounts project. And you want to take your laptop and go to some other department in the same company. You will go. Your laptop will be allowed because your RFID is authenticated within the company. But on the other side, the company will get an input saying that your laptop is, which was supposed to be accessed in the accounts cubicle where your project is running, is now accessed from the sales cubicle, right, which is not part of your system. So that is an example of user behavior analytics, right? And second, more important thing about user behavior is the type of data that you access. Suppose you say that I will access only websites. You will not access YouTube, but assume that your laptop for today is suddenly accessing YouTube, then that means there is a possibility that your data is being hacked. So abnormal behavior and access to the data can always be understood from the past patterns. This is called as user behavior analytics. Then next is, when you are trying to do all this, then can you actually find what attacker is trying to pass, right? Let's take your attacker is copying a file from your system and sending it to some other system. That's a small example. Let's take your attacker is trying to come to your system drive and install a software, right? Then that means your system is undergoing a bit phishing, right? But that means your logger is installed. The logger will try to access your system data. The next is the threat hunts. What is a threat hunt? Is every industry will always have a person who will take care of the cybersecurity threats. That person's responsibility is actually supposed to see today which are the companies are having security threats. Oh, okay, I have an organization which is taking care of sales. There is another organization which is sales. That organization has got a threat. Data is stolen. So that means what? I should actually look at my organization from a more secure point of view. That is what is called as conducting secure threats, threat hunts, right? Okay. So threat detection as such is, industry says, it's basically done as a two-pronged approach. First, you have to look at the type of event, which is called as a security threat. Then you have to understand that threat is basically part of your network, and you should actually have a possibility to solve the threat at the endpoint level, right? Let's take, for example, I download an app, okay? Just take an example, okay? Don't mistake me. There's a popular shop. The popular shop says that, sir, I have an app for you to purchase products, right? So I believe in the shop. The name is there. I download it. I've installed. Now I go and access some data, right? I'm making a billing. Now the billing is done. Now once the billing is done, it is going to connect with my bank server. I hope people can understand. So my bank server is a State Bank, Indian Bank, whatever bank it is, right? Now it's got debited. So it for example, it debited 1,000 rupees. Now after some time, from the same bank account server, I'm getting a debit of 5,000 rupees, right? Now my first doubt would be is, I didn't give the transaction. So my second doubt would be is the last transaction that I did was on the app where I made a purchase, right? So in that case, when I'm trying to call to the immediately to the shop and say last transaction was this, but I'm getting a 5,000 rupees additional debit, if they can solve from their place of my system or at my mobile and resolve the issue immediately, that becomes an endpoint threat detection. So endpoints are basically part of any device which is connected to the network. So the security threat obscurity, which the industry says that it's a process of implementing security within a system by providing secrecy and confidentiality. Secrecy means you assume that the data is completely secure, right? Confidentiality means only authenticated people will access and the data is reliable for all the time. So if you go back to your networks, each one of you knows the networking concept, right? If you look at your TCP/IP protocol stack, the application layer has got all these protocols. I think at least people know HTTP because you're accessing internet, FTP, DNS, right? Transport layer, we have protocols which are basically for the transport layer, which is TCP, UDP, ICMP, OSPF at the routing level. At the internet layer, we have IP protocol. At the network interface layer, we have got all these protocols. Right? So what I'm trying to say is like these protocols have become secure. For example, at the subject level, if you ask, you would say that, sir, I know IP protocol. I know there is something called as IP version 6, which is called as IP security, because it's got more of security. Right? So the protocols at the stack of the layers have also improved to take care of the security. So OSI as such was able to connect different layers to work together without knowing what the systems are. For example, a system A wants to connect with system B. The OSI model will say that, okay, you open web browser, you type yahoo.com, you'll get yahoo.com. You send a mail, yahoo.com, the other person is also sending a mail, you will get it. You have a chat on Yahoo, somebody also has opened a chat on Yahoo. You send message, the other person can send a message. So it's bidirectional, right? So OSI was able to do it very nicely. But the question here is, if any of this layer is attacked, right? Maybe this presentation layer or at the network layer, any of the layer is attacked, what happens is it will propagate to the upper layers, right? So that's the biggest challenge here, right? So when it comes to networking, industry says that the layer 2, right, is generally having a lot of possibilities for attacks, because in this data link layer, we talk about open communication. I think you know what is open communication. Your data is traveling from your system in the wireless medium, right? So it can be an accessing device by your laptop, or it can be sensors, right? So there's a lot of possibility for your data to be hacked. So this data link layer is most prone to security challenge. So here, IP spoofing is a very important thing, because when you say spoofing, it means that somebody is trying to access your system. That's all. So what are the type of spoofing? First one is IP address spoofing. That means you know that with your IP address, your system is authenticated, but somebody is trying to give an IP address with which they are trying to send the data, and that data is allowed by your computer. That means your IP address is spoofed. The next is DNS server spoofing. I type to yahoo.com, it is supposed to go to yahoo.com, but suppose it is going to some other domain server, which says with a web page saying yahoo.com, that means the domain server is spoofed. So next is ARP spoofing. This is most related to the ARP protocol, address resolution protocol. So the purpose is very simple, each one of you know. You want to map a MAC address to the IP address of the system, right? But here what happens is the mapping of IP address to MAC address itself has got changed. So whenever you try to type an IP address, you get a MAC address which is different, which is not the original MAC address with which you are associated. This is called as ARP spoofing. So when you look at the IPv4 network stack, right? So this is your IPv4 network stack. So in this, you can see that there are certain fields which actually take care of the security part. The most important field is the checksum. So this says very immediately that your data is being modified or not, right? So your concern is whether your data is modified or not will be taken care by this header checksum, right? So IP address spoofing is used for two reasons in DNS or any type of networks for handling DDoS attacks. What is DDoS attack? Is distributed denial of service. So if you're part of a network and your entire network is not accessible, not only your computer, that you call as something called as distributed denial of service. So here you actually mask a botnet device, right? And you will try to have an assault which will be categorized in stages as part of your network, right? So this is more understandable from a practical perspective. right? So how do you do it? Let's see here. Anybody who wants to access your system will send an SYN packet. I think you know this SYN bit, which you will see it under the headers, right, of your transport layer protocols. So you send an SYN bit to the host, and the host is sending an acknowledgement back, right? Now the visitor actually acknowledges the receipt by sending it an acknowledgement packet, right? Now here, what happens is if somebody is trying to spoof with their IP address and sending them SYN bit, and you as a host sends an acknowledgement, then that means your system is compromised. The system is prone to network attack, and it's possible that your system will fall under DDoS. So anti-spoofing is the only solution. So what is anti-spoofing is? We use a deep packet inspection through which you actually analyze all packet headers rather than IP address. Because when you go to the network communication, people will say that there is a source IP address, there's a destination IP address. So if I'm getting a data and the source IP address is mentioned in the data, if that IP is an authenticated IP, I will allow it, right? So here the challenge is very simple. Somebody is using the same source IP and trying to send a data. So you are getting your data. So just by IP address, you cannot authenticate. So the deep level packet analysis says that rather than looking at the IP address, please look at the other fields also together, right? So that's the next point here. You do a deep packet inspection where you analyze all the fields rather than the IP address alone. So here, the next challenge in this is understood from the sequence number attack. See, when you are trying to have a host sending a data to a server, the host sends a data with a SYN bit, right? So an SYN bit will be acknowledged by an acknowledgement bit. So SYN is carrying a value as 4321. Now it goes to the receiver. Now the receiver sends back saying an SYN bit value and an ACK value. Right. Now, the sequence numbers are very important to know that the data is consecutive. For example, the first sequence number is being sent is having a connection with the second sequence number. That means you are actually looking for the next packet header with sequence number as 4322, right? So if somebody goes and changes the sequence numbers, then there what happens is it is a sequence number attack. So how do you actually predict this type of attack, right? So this is very challenging because if it is only in a system, the smaller number of network, it is easy. But when the systems are very high, that means it's larger in size. The attacker as such, what it will do is it will actually cut off the other systems from the network because other systems might try to access it, right? And it will make your system completely under DOS, that is denial of service attack. Right. So what are the methods that are available to handle the TCP sequence prediction attack? This is TCP sequence number concept. So your packet header is sent. The next packet number it is looking for is with a sequence number which is 4322. Now, there is an organization which each one of you know called as IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. They work on standards. The standards are basically called with RFC, request for comments. So they have started from 2012 onwards, trying to find some algorithms to actually generate the sequence numbers in correct order. Using this algorithms, you'll be able to find whether your system is experiencing TCP sequence number attack. So next is called as packet flooding. As the name indicates, what you do is you just keep on sending packets to the system. At one point, what happens is the system is not able to handle the request that is coming and finally it becomes unreachable, right? Okay, so this is called as packet flooding. So this is most commonly experienced in UDP type protocols, right? So the possibility to handle the UDP flood attack is like, one, operating systems actually try to reduce the response time of the ICMP packets. ICMP is a protocol for all your information. If you go back to this, here you can see ICMP protocol is a transport layer protocol here. So one solution to handle the packet flooding is ICMP protocol takes care of limiting the response time. Right. Second, as usual, you can actually go inside the packet and see what are the fields in the packet and check whether whether it has come into flooding, right? So next is packet sniffing. What is packet sniffing is a common keyword, right? You are trying to get the packet traffic of a system or a network. Let's take your computers attached to your college system. You are accessing your computer from morning 9 o'clock to now it's, let's take 10:46. Last 1 hour 46 minutes, whatever you have access in your system, if somebody can capture the data, then the challenge is like your packets have been known. So if they can know your packet traffic, they can actually know who is the source IP, destination IP, what type of packets that you send, right? And they can try to do some suspicious activities with that. So the packet traffic can be further categorized as regular packet traffic or irregular packet traffic. If it is a irregular packet traffic, you can immediately understand that your system or network has to be secure. Right? So there are generally two types of packet sniffers, one called as hardware packet sniffers and next is called as software packet sniffers. This hardware packet sniffers example is the hardware firewalls. Right? Software packet sniffers, as the name indicates, you install a software to do the packet sniffing. So under packet sniffing, the first process is you can actually do a packet filtering. What is packet filtering is like a device that is connected to your network. That's a network device can be checking for the type of packets. For example, you are connected your system to a router, right? Type of packets that is getting traveled from your system can be secured or monitored by the router, right? Okay, so that's called as packet filtering. So the advantage is very simple. If your system is hacked, you can immediately assume that your router is not secure, right? So your router has to be improved for security purpose. Next is the keyword with respect to firewalls. You know very well that your firewall is a security system which actually prevents unauthorized people from accessing a private network. So there are generally two types of firewalls. One is called a software firewall and next is called as hardware firewall. So what a firewall generally does is it looks at every packet traffic, including a message or a data, and checks whether there is possibility for a data which is suspicious, right, or a packet that is suspicious, which might try to do some activities which will reduce the trust of the network. So there are several types of firewall techniques that is being available. First is basically the packet filter. What is packet filter? As I told you, you look at every packet which is leaving the network or coming inside the network. Second, you actually use some gateways. So the gateways can be configured using the servers, FTP servers, telnet servers. Third is circuit level gateways. Here, what is circuit level gateways is like you are trying to look at all possible connections that happens in the network. Because your connections is not always wired, right? It may be a wireless also. That's called a circuit level gateways. Fourth is which most of the people have nowadays, proxy servers. See, the concept of proxy server is what? Whenever your system is connected to a network, the request is to go through the proxy server. So the proxy server will say which are all the data that you can access. Let's take your institution says between 1 to 2 o'clock you can access Facebook. That means at the proxy server, they will go and enable, these are all the computers who can access Facebook between 1 to 2 o'clock. That's what a proxy server is, right? So that's proxy server's advantage. It gives you higher level security to the type of data which is coming inside the network or leaving the network. So the firewalls uses the following technologies for firewall architectures. First one is static packet filter. The next is dynamic packet filter. Then circuit level gateways, application level gateways, which is proxies that we discussed, stateful inspection, cutoff proxy, and next is called as air gap. So let's see one by one. The first one is called a static packet filter. What a static packet filter is? Just looking at the IP address, you assume that it is a correct packet traffic or not, right? Next, you look at the port number and check whether it's a correct packet traffic or not. Next, you look at the protocol. According to the protocol, you are saying whether it is a correct packet traffic or not. This is static packet traffic. The advantage is very simple because it is computationally cheaper, but disadvantage is very hard. It cannot work for all type of protocols, right? And next difficulty is there is possibility that somebody who is trying to connect to your system may try to do an IP spoofing, which is very hard to find. And last disadvantages, hello. Last disadvantages, you cannot create all the routes, right? You cannot say if there are millions of IP addresses. Can you say all these millions of IP addresses alone should be allowed? That means you are writing million routes. So you cannot put all possible routes. It's very hard. So that is a disadvantage with respect to static packet filter. So next is dynamic packet filter. As far as dynamic packet filter is concerned, it actually looks into the type of active connections, and based on it, it will try to obtain some state information, right? So the advantage is this is computationally cheaper, and it is extendable. That means you are trying to increase your network complexity from 100 to 1000 computers. Still, your dynamic packet filter will work. The disadvantage is it is not knowing inputs with respect to IP spoofing, as I told you. And again, as like your static packet filter, you cannot create many number of rules for your network model. The third is circuit level gateway, as I told you. This is implemented at the layer 5, right? I think people know what is layer 5. It is session layer, right? Your network layer model. Layer 5 is session layer. So here it is cheaper in terms of the computational establishment of the cost, right? And here it directly works within the firewall. So, and third advantage, most important, is it can work for variety of protocols. But disadvantage is it doesn't give a possibility to get some idea about the type of connections that can exist in the network. So that is the disadvantage of circuit level gateway. Next is application level gateway. Here it's more connected with respect to the type of applications that you can run, right? And when you say application level, people will assume, okay, is it connected to application layer? Yes, it's more connected to the application layer. The advantage is like you can run different type of services and check like FTP protocol, right? For example. The disadvantage is here it's very hard to set up. This application level gateway is very hard to set up in the network. So the computational establishment cost is higher when you go to the application level gateway. So this is how an application level gateway works. So if this is your layered model and somebody from the outside network is connecting to the network, so your application level gateway will provide a firewall here. Okay. So next is stateful inspection. Stateful inspection, what it will do is it will try to check, combine whatever you have seen from the dynamic packet filtering, right, and circuit level packet filtering and application level gateways that we have discussed. So it works for all layers in the OSI model. That's a very important advantage. Right? Disadvantage is if you have any one of the program which is doing the stateful inspection not working, what happens is it has an impact on the entire performance of the network security. So that's about the stateful inspection. So last is air gap, right? So as far as the air gap is concerned, here you do not have any direct or automated connection between any two devices, right? Okay, so that means it's completely connectionless firewalls. So advantages, you are actually securing your firewall completely from the outside network because there is no physical connectivity at all. Okay, so the next important advantage is it is said that air gap will give you more level of security compared to the previous ones that we have discussed, that is stateful inspection, then application level gateway, circuit level gateway, dynamic packet filter, and static filter. So this is the place where you students have a job, lot of job nowadays. First, you can actually become an IT security audit person. So what is an IT security audit person? Is one who actually secures the organizational data and say that your data is completely secure. So you call yourself as auditors, right? You call yourself as auditors. So there are generally two types of auditors. One called as internal, which is part of the organization, and other is outside, which is called as external auditors. Right? Like companies like Deloitte, for example, are more prominent into IT security audit. I'm just giving one example of a company like that. There are many companies. Like, okay. So next is manual audits. The next is automated audits. So when you do an audit, what is all you say is you say your organization is ISO complaint free. That means you have passed through an ISO audit. Then you can say that it has completely taken care of securing the data, right? For example, if it's a healthcare organization, you can say you have protected all your patients' data. The next is PCI DSS complaints. What is this is applicable is, this is mostly applicable to the companies, right? Okay, so any company, you know, who takes care of dealing with any customer payments, right? Can say that I passed through PCI and DSS complaints. So these are the automated audit assessment tools, as you can see here. SolarWinds Assess like Manager, Manage Engine, Event Log Manager. As a person from our side, right? Sure, actually accessing a web page, then there are a lot of possibilities for your web page to become a source for your system or network to become insecure. First one is injection. What is injection? Is like somebody who is actually suspicious, right? Send some invalid data to your network and automatically it comes to your system. So that is injection. The next is broken authentication. What is broken authentication? Is like you're not able to access your login, but somebody is able to access your login from remote. That's an example of broken authentication. Sensitive data exposure. What is sensitive data exposure? Is you have protected a data, but that's been accessed by somebody. That's sensitive data exposure. Then XML external entities. This actually comes up whenever your XML parser is not able to secure your data, right? It's called as external XML external entities. Broken access control is the last one, where you say that your system or your network are just having a web application is accessible by people outside the world. Okay. One second. Participants, 1 second. I'll just resume. Okay, so participants, we'll continue. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So we have been discussing about the web application vulnerabilities. So the next one is security misconfigurations. Suppose your web application that you have installed is automatically exposing some information without your knowledge. That is called a security misconfigurations. And cross-site scripting, I think people know very well that you write a script which is actually part of an XSS attack, right? So that's called as cross-site scripting. Then insecure deserialization. What is it? Insecure deserialization? Hello?
Can you share your screen?
You interact with a web page, right? Which you are not allowed. Please understand. You only open the browser. You are not interacting with the website at all. But somebody is trying to make your web page application to interact with somebody's website. That's called as insecure deserialization, right? The next is using components with known vulnerabilities. For example, if you have bad actors, right? And bad actors means people who are suspicious, right? They try to look into your web application data. That's the next one, very important, because see, whenever you install web browser, sometimes you have a third-party software which says click install. You click in the install, it becomes an add-on to the web browser. I think people can understand. That add-on can actually do a vulnerable activity in your system. The next is insufficient logging and monitoring. So here what happens is you are not able to control your type of actions that you're doing in your web browser. So the practical solutions, very simple. You should actually clear your cookies. You should clear your browser's data whenever it is required, right? At least once in a day, right? And now there are a lot of softwares which actually comes back and saying that your system is undergoing a web sniffing. So as a solution, what industry always says is like, you should create an IDS, intrusion detection system. So an intrusion detection system will run in your network, will access your data. Your data can be your system data, can be your web browser data, and it will say your network is completely secure. Like this is how an IDS actually works. So IDS can be categorized as a host-based IDS. That means your intrusion detection system is part of your computer. Or it can be a network-based IDS where you say your data is being secured at a network level. The third is a stack-based IDS. Stack-based IDS is you have developed an intrusion detection system considering a layered stack of a network model, which is TCP/IP. The next is signature-based IDS, where you say that you are searching for a string among the malicious data, right? It could be a packet traffic also, which is signature-based IDS, intrusion detection system. The next is anomaly-based IDS. Here, you have developed some standards to say this is correct traffic, this is incorrect traffic. If it is an incorrect traffic, you're calling it as an anomaly. It's called as anomaly-based IDS. So these are the types of intrusion detection systems. Examples, I told you, possible viruses you can see in virustotal.com. So an example of a virus name, as you can see here, see the string pattern. So this is an example of signature. So if there is a virus that has landed in your system, you can go and check for the string pattern of the virus and say whether it is this type of virus, or that is a virus called as die.448, or whether it's a virus called as any.978. So developing a secure information and event management system is always a challenge. So here industry says you can do a lot of possibilities. One, they say that you can do something at the cloud level, or you can actually do something at a distributor level, as you can see here, which is Agna, for example. So every time you want to do some sort of security detection, you are looking for a data, you are looking for an algorithm to solve. That algorithm can be from machine learning, or that algorithm can be for deep learning, right? So now our discussion is going into the models. So whenever you have some data, you can actually say that data is having something called as features. And data has got some algorithms for solving. Data, features, algorithms. So given some data, you can apply some data science concept to understand more about the data. Once you have understood the data, then the data becomes meaningfully as features. Now you can write algorithms using machine learning or data mining or classical programming, right? And you can say that your system is able to detect the attack and classify the type of attack. So to make it happen, the fields available is artificial intelligence, machine learning, and next is deep learning. Artificial intelligence, which people know generally, right? You would say it's a field where you make computers to think in which human beings can think in the same way. Machine learning is an approach where you say that your data is having a lot of uncertainty, then you go for machine learning. Third is deep learning, where you say that you are able to do a deep level inspection on the data and you are able to classify the type of attack with a higher level of accuracy.
Dr. Sendil, am I audible?
You are audible, sir.
Yeah, I hope your screen is not shared. Can you check it out? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saying. Yeah. So what I was trying to say to the people is like, whenever you have data and you want to secure your data, you can use algorithms. The algorithms can actually come from machine learning, or it can be from artificial intelligence, or it can be from deep learning. So what we're going to see now next is, if you have a data, you can understand more about the data using concepts of fundamentals of data sets. Now, once your data is understandable, it becomes features. Now, given some features of the data, you can use some algorithms. The algorithms can be from data mining, machine learning, or from classical programming to detect what type of attack has happened in your data. So there are a lot of algorithms that are there. I think people know very well. For any data you want to find whether there is an anomaly or not, you can use regression and understand the type of hypothesis that needs to be generated. So the type of hypothesis generation can be done based on the regression as a first step. Then you can actually go to a classification problem. With classification, you can use algorithms from clustering. It can be k-means clustering, fuzzy clustering, for example. If you feel no, I can use decision trees, or I can use a priori, for example. There you can go for rule-based algorithms. A class, what people say is your features are very larger in size. How do you reduce your number of features? Now, we have been keeping on hearing features. Now, let's see an example for our discussion. Okay, now we will move on to the. Are you able to see the browser? Please, one of you, can you acknowledge?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Now, from here, we are going to travel with data, then deep learning architecture, then see a sample code for it. If you go to internet, I think people know this website, right? Kaggle intrusion detection dataset. Okay, so you can see here, you find dataset under Kaggle for intrusion detection data. So you can take your dataset whichever you want. You can see here, network intrusion detection. Yeah. Fine. So once you go to this dataset, you can actually download this dataset if you have a login with yourself. And when you look at this dataset, this will give you a nice description about the data. As you can see here, this dataset says you can classify the data into two categories. One under normal, another is anomaly. That means regular, abnormal traffic. Now for every data, you will actually have a training data, you will have a testing data, right? So given some data, you are interested in doing some sort of prediction. That's the first challenge. So the data should be somewhat meaningful, right? So it will have a training data here. So you can actually go and see more about the training data here. You can see the training data details, duration, protocol type, service. So there are values for each of this. This is similar to an Excel sheet. As a layman, I would say, similar to an Excel sheet where you've got fields, but the columns in the data will actually have a class, right? Now you can see here, number of features is 83 columns. That means the total number of features is 83 features. Now the type of features that are there is integer, decimal, string. For example, if you look at this column, what you will say, it's a string because it's saying TCP, UDP. If you look at this column, right, you would say it's showing numbers, so it is integer. Somebody sees a column with a decimal value, you will say it is decimal. This is how you speak about data. So data understanding is the first step, right? Once the data is readily available, then you can actually take this data and you can feed it to a model, right? So you can first take the training data and you can understand what is the data, right? And then you can try to give some conclusions about the data. So what are the conclusions you are saying? It's got 83 features. There is a class for the data. Now you scroll and see, no, the last column here, right? The last column here among the 83 columns will actually show you that it's a class. So what type of class it is? Normal, anonymous, right? So this is a classified data. Please understand, this is a classified data. If you have a classified data, you can actually use an algorithm to run the test data. Test data will not have the class. What is the class? It will not say whether it is a normal or abnormal traffic. That means each row of data will not have a class label. Please understand, each row of data will not have a class label in the test data. So there, the algorithms that you can use would be algorithms from supervised learning. Right. So now if you go to supervised learning algorithm, possible example is you can use a K nearest neighbor. This is one of the examples. You can actually very well use any other supervised learning algorithm. Now, if you are actually as a person new to this and ask a very fundamental question, see, training data is first data that I have created. For example, I find my network is just started from last 10 days. Last 10 days I have captured the traffic. Are you getting? Now I don't have any class saying normal, abnormal. Now I have only data. Can I make it to fall into some class? Are you getting? Right? My organizational data is just created. Last 10 days only the company is running. I got fresh data. I don't have any test at all. I have a training data. Now, can I actually make it to fall into some class as normal or anomalies, or I will say it is class 0, class 1. There, what you should do is you should actually use some algorithms which are there from unsupervised learning. Please understand the fundamentals, right? This is the basis for any type of data. So when you come to unsupervised learning, you have algorithms for it. For example, you have got something called as K-means cluster. So the idea here is this is algorithm can be used to cluster the data into one or more classes. If you say I want to cluster my data into normal, abnormal, which I am calling it as 0 and 1, it will automatically classify it as 0 or 1. Right? Now I think people would have got an idea. Now if you have any data, you can actually go and see whether there is a training data available. If it has a class label, the class label will be the last column in the data. If it has a class label, then immediately you can conclude that it can be run with the test data. Now you go and check for the test data. Now the test data is available, right? Now on the test data, you can run an algorithm which is from supervised learning. Example is K-nearest neighbor. Now you do not have a training data at all. It's a fresh data that's coming up now. Run an algorithm from unsupervised. You will get a class label. Now you ask me a question, sir, till yesterday I have got the data. I called as training. Now I have run it with K-means. Right? From today I'm getting a data. I just want to know whether it is good traffic, bad traffic, normal traffic or abnormal traffic. Can I use the training data and do it? Yes, you can do it. Right. So test data is what you are trying to provide. Right. So that's a question here. Test data is what you are trying to provide all the time. Now here, to make it better, what you can always say is you can split your data into 70%, 30%. That means the training can be 70%, testing can be 30%. When it is applicable, if you ask a question, if you have some data, right? Let's take the data that you have for your reference is just 100 records. Then you can actually go and say that I've got 100 records, but I would try to split my data into 70-30. That means 70 records will be for training and 30 records will be for testing. I hope people can understand. Last 15 days, I created data. How many records? 100 records. So 70 records for training, 30 records for testing. So with that 70 records, you can run an unsupervised algorithm, which can be K-means. For the 30 records, you can run a supervised algorithm, which can be K-nearest neighbor. Now at this point, people might ask me a question. Say it's a real-time data, right? Data is going to keep on coming. So that case, how will I actually use an unsupervised algorithm? So there, if you go to the internet and type real-time K-means clustering, real-time K-means clustering, you will get algorithm for real-time K-means. It's the same K-means, but slightly modified. You can see here, no? Real-time K-means clustering for large data sets. Okay, so it will be a paper published by Lakuni back in 2018, right? So you can look at this data set example, look at the paper for it. Here they would have used K-means with centroid approach. Okay, the next one that I want people to know. Now the next question somebody will ask me a question is like, okay, what about the code part, right? So how do I do my code with this example? So there answer is you can actually write your code with Python, right? Because now it's universally used. Why I'm suggesting Python is very simple. It's for your computer, it works. Networking concept also works. The most important thing, today most of the embedded hardware supports Python. So if you say my device is not only computer, it is an embedded kit which is connected to my system, where Python is one good solution. If you feel Java is good also, it's okay, but Python is fine. Then next, what is a framework that I can use for working? So here I suggest Anaconda framework, right? Anaconda is a very good framework for working. So possibly I'll show you more demos in the upcoming sessions. So if you go to the internet and click on the URL, right, you'll be able to download Anaconda to your system. Right, you'll be able to download Anaconda to your system. Windows version you'll be able to download. Right. Then next important thing is people ask about the editors. Right. So once you install Anaconda, you'll get Jupyter. Right. So you can use Jupyter editor for doing your code. Right. You can use Jupyter editor to do your code. You will also get one more editor called as Spider. Okay. This also comes along with the Anaconda. Right. There's another editor called as Spider. Okay. Now, somebody would ask me like, see, Python has got a lot of third-party libraries, right? So if I would like to install some of the libraries for security, right? So how do I install? So that's the next question somebody might ask. So let's take, I say, Python security libraries. I'm just showing you if I'm a student or what would be my curiosity be knowing is I would like to see some startup environment to run my code, whichever I get it right, related to cybersecurity. So let's take, I go here, this URL. They say that you need some libraries. Let's take, they say you need NumPy to work, right? Or you need SciPy to work. So Anaconda would be installed in your system. That means you go and download Anaconda, it will be installed. So if you go and type here as Anaconda, you will get Anaconda prompt. Right? Click on the Anaconda prompt, you will get your Anaconda prompt coming up. Fine. So let's take I see here one library just for a thought process, right? I see some library called as Packer is there, SciPy is there, right? Matplotlib is there, Nmap is there. See this Nmap. Nmap is basically for it's an utility for network discovery. That is, using this you can find what the host you are working in a network. So here, if I go here and install Nmap. Okay, so go and install Nmap. So what happens here is it's now connecting to the network. I'll check here also. It's connecting to your network. 1 second. One second.
Okay, sir.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So here you can see here, Nmap is now installed, right? So installing a third-party library for security is not a big challenge. You can just go here and type pip install the library name, automatically it gets installed. So this is how you can actually configure your Anaconda Python to work with security libraries, right? That's the next input to all of you. Now the concern would be from the people is like, okay, if I would like to use some algorithms to make it work, right? So how do I do it? So there I will take you through with deep learning, then I'll show you a sample code of how it can work. Any questions at this point from the participants? Any questions? Okay. Am I audible? Hello? Participants? Am I audible?
Sir.
Yeah.
Please implement some algorithms.
Okay.
Please implement some algorithms, sir. Either in Jupyter or Spider by providing some training data set and test data set.
Okay.
And show the results.
Okay, I'll show you because there's one more slot also provided, but I'll start with now. It's not an issue. Okay. So one question from the audience is like to see some algorithms working. Yeah. Okay.
When does the next session will start?
Fine. So now we will step into the next part of seeing how deep learning can actually go with cybersecurity problems. Because today we are talking about deep learning everywhere, and you can actually use deep learning for any problem. But if you want to use deep learning for cybersecurity, how does it? So the interesting part is like you need to have a deep learning architecture. And most interesting is you need some data set, right? So data set I showed you, data set from Cattle.com. You can actually use some third-party data sets like IoT Botnet. IoT Botnet is also a very nice data set. I'll show you that URL also. Okay. So if you go to the internet.
Need some break, sir. Okay.
Sir?
Need some break.
Need some break. Okay.
Yeah.
Madam?
Sir.
Yeah, I think participant needs some break actually. Any plans?
Sir, one.
Okay, so we'll continue.
Just 5 minutes break is
Sir,
enough.
please continue because at 12 you will end the session.
Okay, fine. Okay, we have another 30 minutes, so maybe I'll finish in 20-25 minutes, have the questions. I think that will lead to a good break for all of you.
Completely, sir. So you please continue.
Yeah. So let's move on. See, when you are looking at good data set, I think that was our discussion. You can actually look at this data set called as IoT Botnet data set. If you go here, type IoT Botnet data set, you will get a nice data set with respect to IoT Botnet. Because the interesting thing which I saw here is, this data set actually speaks about all type of devices, networking devices, systems, sensors, and this gives you attacks more related to DDoS, that is distributed denial of service, right? And here people can actually see some codes which are being available also for the IoT Botnet. So you can see here, K10, QBot, right, Mirror. All these codes are possible to be downloaded also, right? You can work with that. Now the next thing is we need data set, right, for IoT Botnet. So if you go and type IoT Botnet data set, this will take you to this website, which is UNSW research data link, where you will be able to access IoT Botnet data set. If you come here, you can go here and you can download the data set. It's a very nice data set. My request to the participants is if you want to travel something with cyber security, or if you want to work with malware analysis, or do some preliminary research or projects, there you can use this data set. If you look at this data set, You can see here there will be a CSV folder where, as I told you, there will be entire data set. There will be training and testing, right? So here, if you look at this, this has got all features. This has got 10 best features. That means if there are n columns, I need not use all the n columns. I can reduce it to lower than n columns by using some dimensionality reduction algorithm. Now I'm putting a keyword in front of you called as dimensionality reduction algorithm. So here, algorithm that you can use is principal component analysis, right? Is one algorithm that you can use, right? Which is very nice. Other one that you can do is 3D decomposition. So singular value decomposition. This is also a very good algorithm for reducing the number of features. I have n features, I want to reduce it to less than n features. I can use either PCA or I can use SVD. Now, if you look at this URL that we have been discussing, right, on the data set side, you would now understand I had all features. Now I have reduced it to 10 best features using some of the algorithms that we discussed. So you can use this data set also for your projects or for your research. Now the next question is, okay, look at the deep learning perspective. See, as far as deep learning is concerned, the very important difference of deep learning is it works for all type of data, including non-linear data, right? Wherever the classification is not possible also, deep learning can classify. So that is where people say that it is more for non-linear data with higher amount of uncertainty. Architectures, you know that we have CNN, RNN is there, the LSTM is there, all that are promising architectures that we have for deep learning. Now let's go into the fundamentals part. See, when you want to make a deep learning architecture, it depends mostly on neural network. So here you find a perceptron which is having three inputs, x1, x2, x3. Now all these inputs do not have same weights, they have different weights, W1, W2, W3. So what does this mean in the way of how we learn? We look at many things in the world, but all things will not have the same weight, right? The weights differ. So x1 has W1, x2 has W2, x3 has W3. So x1 into W1 plus x2 into W2 plus x3 into W3 plus 1 into B, right? So here perceptrons are basically for linear. Linear transformation means given an input, it will give you an output, right? But what we need is, we need non-linear also. That is where activation functions come in picture. When you talk about an activation function, the equation we write is f of summation of I equal to 0 to n wi xi. So if there are three inputs, w1 x1 plus w2 x2 plus w3 x3. Now you find this summation of. That means if there are n inputs, that's going to be w1 x1 plus w2 x2 plus w3 x3 till wn xn, right? Now let's go on and see why deep learning is very interesting. Deep learning says that, see, whatever layers you give, I will call it as hidden layers, but the number of hidden layers is very high. The number of interconnections in the hidden layers is also high. Okay, so the purpose of hidden layer is to learn the type of knowledge from the given data. So the input is a data, right? So when you want to make a deep learning model, you need to give some parameters. That parameters are called as hyperparameters. Please understand. So whatever manually you set in deep learning is called as hyperparameters. Whatever you evaluate is called as parameters. Whatever you provide is hyperparameters. Whatever you evaluate is parameters, right? So every deep learning architecture will say, I'm using a set of hyperparameters. I'm evaluating a set of parameters. Example of hyperparameters are learning rate, number of epochs, hidden layers, hidden units, and activation functions. So a model that you create, how do you compare it with and say that your model is the best model, right? For example, let's take you are a student. Let's take it as a small example. You are a student. You have studied maths from one textbook. So you are getting a problem in the exam. Now you are able to answer to the problem. That means your learning is perfect. Suppose you get a question. Let's take it as in trigonometry. That is, you are able to answer 50%. but remaining 50% of the question you are not able to answer. Now you go and check the textbook. The textbook has got only 50% possibility to answer to your given question provided. That means you are not write a variant problem. So that case, you might look at some other textbook which has a problem like what you got in the question paper, and you try to learn. That means your model is trying to improve. So your model is underperforming, right? So similarly, whatever model that we make for learning a given data may fall into underfitting, right? The next is called as overfitting. The overfitting as such will come up whenever there is a lot of noise, a lot of outliers in the given data. Suppose you get a question paper, right, and you have got 50% from out of portions, right? That means topic is there, but you are not learned to the depth of the topic. So for you, 50% is out of portion. Maybe the other student who is taking up the exam might say, no, I learned from the other textbook. I know all the questions. So that means your response to the outliers is very important, right? So there it results in something called as overfitting. So a model that you create in deep learning or any approach, maybe machine learning also, should not have underfitting or overfitting. So how to solve it? So first is called as cross-validation. What is cross-validation? If you have 100,000 records, you split it into parts or batches. Do a cross-validation approach. The next is called as more training data. You increase the size of the training data. Third, data augmentation. That means whatever data that you're working, you modify the data in such a way that it looks differently all the time. How do you make it different? For example, if I give you an image, how do you make it different? Somebody would say, just rotate the image. So it's 360 degrees, right? So I get 360 images. So I'm able to rotate the image. That's an example of called as data augmentation. The next is reduction of complexity. That means I'm trying to reduce the complexity in the network model. I'm going to reduce the number of parameters that I want to evaluate. That's called as a reduction of complexity. Last is ensemble, where you use some classifiers called as AdaBoost classifier. This is very important for all the people to know. There's a very popular classifier called as AdaBoost classifier. This is different from conventional classifiers. How it is in? It generates hypothesis as a weak learner, and multiple weak learners together will become strong learners. Right? So that's the advantage of AdaBoost classifier. So please have a look at this classifiers also if you are into projects or into research. Now let's come back to our understanding here. Now what I'm going to see is how does this network learns? That's very essential. This is unique what we have developed, so I think it will be helpful for most of the people to understand how a neural network learns the given data. If this is the data that you have, right, that means it's got 4 columns, that means 4 features, these are the records. So X is called as an input and Y is called as output, as you can see. So now the question here is like, with respect to the input and output, your input is this, the class is 1. Input is this, class is 1. Input is this, class is 0. So given to a weight matrix at the hidden layer. And there is a bias at the hidden layer. Now what we want to calculate is the hidden layer input. The hidden layer input that we want to calculate can be given from the values that you have in X multiplied by WH, added with BH. X into WH plus BH. You get your hidden layer input. Okay. Now next, you need to calculate hidden layer activations. This is done by using a sigmoid of whatever you have in the hidden layer input. Okay. So this is my hidden layer input. I apply sigmoid. What is sigmoid here? Sigmoid is generally given as 1 by 1 plus exp of minus x. So you will get your hidden layer activations. So the next step what you want to do is you want to calculate the output layer input. The output layer input, this is a formula here. You take hidden layer activations, multiply it with W out, add it with B out, you'll be getting a value which you can call it as output layer input. Now you take the sigmoid of output layer input, you will get output. Now what does this mean? The model has run fine, and now it has calculated the output as 0.79. But what is the original output value? It's class 1. 0.80, what is the original value? 1. 0.79, what is the original value here? It is 0. Now we have to look at the error. Error is given as a difference between this, that is 1 minus 0.79, 1 minus 0.80, 0 minus 0.79. That means 0.21, 0.20, minus 0.79. I'll repeat, minus 0.21, 0.20, and next is minus 0.79. So what we have completed is forward propagation. Now we are moving on to the backward propagation. That means your network, what it is doing in deep learning is, it learns forward, okay, and it completes. Now it's completed. Now it does a backward propagation. One forward propagation and one backward propagation together is called as one epoch. One forward propagation and one backward propagation together is called as one epoch. Now, a neural network, how does it do this? It does a forward propagation, it does a backward propagation, but it considers all the weights. Please make a note here, it considers all the weights. But deep learning is not like that. Once it does a backward propagation, it will see the weights which has participated in the learning and try to improve the error. That means reduce the error. So whichever weights have not participated to reduce the error in learning, that's weights will be removed. That's why you got something called as dropout in the case of deep learning. Now, if you come down here, we have got the error 0.21. This is the difference between y and output. 0.20 minus 0.7. Now, next step what we do is we try to compute the slope at the output layer. So that will be done as a derivative sigmoid of whatever value we have in the output. Then we try to find the next one, that is slope at the hidden layer, which is the derivative sigmoid of whatever values we have in the hidden layer activations. Then you calculate the delta output. Then what you do is you calculate the error at the output. The next step forward is you will find the delta at the hidden layer. Okay. You will find the delta at the hidden layer. That will be calculated by taking the values that you have in the error at the hidden layer, multiplied with the slope at the hidden layer. Right. Once you have done it, then you can calculate W out. The W out value will be calculated. This is using this equation, as you can see here. Then you calculate the bias at the output layer. Fine. Then we find the new BH. Then we find the new values of B out. Right. So BH is modified, B out is also modified. This is a formula call. This is exactly what neural network is. Now one epoch is completed. Please understand. One forward, one backward. Right. But the error value is this. So you keep on doing again. That means you increase the number of epoch. Every time the error value will reduce. So when we were able to do it at the code level, we were able to get actual values as 0.98. Okay, I'm talking about the output. 0.98, which is close to 1. 0.96, which is close to 1. 0.045, which is close to 0. Right? This is after running for several epochs, we were able to get the result. This I want you to see to know how a neural network architecture or a deep learning architecture learns the data. Now let's see a closer visualization to it to understand things better. Now I'm going to this URL, playground.tensorflow. Let's go to this URL, playground.tensor. Now if you look at this URL here, you will find first data is there. So people will ask why it is so challenging. If you look at this, somebody would say, I will draw a line or a kernel to separate, right? But if you look at this data, it's got two classes, one with this color, other with blue. How do I separate? So like this, if you get data, that means it's got a lot of uncertainty, right? So solving such data is very hard. Then deep learning is a solution. Now in theory, what we saw in deep learning, there are some hyperparameters which you can set. Learning rate, activation function, regularization rate, right? And you can go down and you can increase the number of features, right? You can increase the number of neurons. you can increase the number of hidden layers. And most important is in deep learning, one hidden layer need not have the same number of neurons as other hidden layer. Just see, number of neurons in this hidden layers are not uniform. But neural network is not like that. Number of hidden layers across the model will have the same number of neurons. But deep learning, each hidden layer can have its own number of neurons. Now the next is ratio of training to testing. I said 70-30. So let me fix this 70-30. Next is a noise. What amount of noise can happen in the data? Just see here. If there's no noise, no data is good. Now introduce noise, just affecting the data. Here we have not loaded any data, just it's a visualization for all of you. Next is the batch size. We said we can split into batches to handle overfitting. Now you go here, use tab. Now what is happening is epoch. Epoch means one forward, one backward. Now if you click on epoch, it will try to calculate the parameters. What are the parameters? Training loss and testing loss. Right? And in the process, it will try to classify the data into individual classes. Now I can actually see which are the test data and I can discretize the output also. Okay. Fine. This is just a visualization to people to understand the theory behind deep learning. Now people will ask, what softwares can I use, right? So here you have a software called as Keras. Okay. And you can see here, it's a Python deep learning library. You have another software which is called as TensorFlow. You have another software called as TensorFlow. So you can install Keras with TensorFlow, or you can install Keras with Theano. Okay, you can install Keras with Theano. This is also a software, right? So installation is not very difficult. Just now I told you already. You can actually go to Anaconda prompt. Here you can actually go and say pip install. Say pip install Keras. It will connect to the internet and it will install Keras. Similarly, if you want Theano, you can say pip install Theano. I've already installed, so it is not showing me any error. Now, next quick part is, let's see an architecture which is popular in deep learning, which is CNN. It stands for Convolutional Neural Architecture. This says that the layers are special. When you move from one the architecture, each layer will have, I can say, number of convolution layers is 3, number of pooling is 2. In addition to that, based on the activation function, you can call something as ReLU layer. Right. Similarly, if you take any data, you can convert it as a vector data and convert it as a value which can be represented as a red, green, blue. That means 3 matrices. That means 3 vectors. Right. So I'm keeping a point. All your numerical data or data that you have for networks can be converted as data of 3 cross 3. That means RGB matrix. So next is stride. What is stride is, how do you move this weight over the input data? If you move one at a time, for example, I'm moving here, 1 row down, next time, stride is 1. Suppose I'm moving 2 forward. See here, I'm moving the weight matrix here. Second time I'm moving it after 2 columns, stride is 2. Like this, you can increase the number of strides. It depends on the number of features. If your features are 100 plus features, you can have your stride around 10, 11 like that also. That means you can move to 10 columns every time and do the convolution. So next is pooling. Not all times, no, it's a square matrix. But CNN architecture was originally developed for images. So if you convert it as a square matrix, so you can actually pad it with zeros. When you pad it with zeros, it gets converted as a square matrix. So next is very important thing, which is your pooling. So what is pooling is it takes every 2 cross 2, takes a maximum value of it of place. So first 2 cross 2, 792. Second 2 cross 2, 856. Third 2 cross 2, 913. Fourth 2 cross 2, 851. Right? So this is a possibility to say that you are doing downsampling, but the information is not lost. When you do like this, what you are doing is you have an output image. The output image can be expressed as W minus F plus 2P divided by S plus 1. So W is nothing but an input value. F is called as the size of the filter. P is called as a number of padding. S is called as a number of strikes. Right? So if you have an input data of size 32 cross 32 by 3, what is the 3 here? Red, green and blue. This is what I was saying you. If you have a data which is a synthetic data, a data in an Excel sheet, please convert it to a size like this. That means it should be number of rows into number of columns, right? As a 3-dimensional matrix, right? So now if you apply it here as per the formula, W is nothing but 32, F is 3, P is 0, S is 1. Now you put it to the equation 32 minus 3 plus 2 into 0 divided by S. S is 1, right? Because straight is 1. No padding, so here we are giving it a 0. It becomes 30 into 30 into 30. So if you give an input data of size 32 into 32 cross 3, right? The 10 filters of size 3 cross 3 cross 3. Again, this will be 3 cross 3 cross 3 because 1 for red, 1 for green, 1 for blue. The output we are getting is 30 cross 10. Right? So this is how CNN works. Right? Any questions at this point? Participants, any questions from your side?
Once you discuss, please, the parameters, hyperparameters, epoch and all.
What's it?
You mentioned about parameters earlier, epoch, EPOCH and all. Elaborate on those parameters, sir.
Okay, you are asking about the performance, accuracy, and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you. I'll discuss on that. That's one question. Any other questions from participants? Okay, fine. I'll share the screen. Just confirm me whether you're able to see. Are you able to see the screen? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we are able to see.
I'm getting overlapping voices. That's okay.
We are able to see, sir.
Okay. So this is that when you are actually taking an input data and you're trying to classify it for anomalies or attacks, you can be representing it output in terms of different metrics. One is a confusion matrix. So confusion matrix is something like this, where you actually look at the input data and see how much positive samples have been classified as correctly as positive samples. How many samples have been classified as negative samples? So this gives you the first keyword called as true positive, true negative. That means if you say normal traffic classified as normal traffic in the testing data, it is true positive. Abnormal traffic, right? But it is also detected as abnormal traffic in the test data. It is called as true negative. The complement to this will be false negative and false positive, right? Now, any model that you use, it may be machine learning, deep learning, transfer learning. What state-of-art research says is, you should be able to reduce the number of false positives. So this is very important, right? So the number of false positives should be reduced. So you can actually represent by using a confusion matrix. Second is accuracy. This is a formula for accuracy. So you say how much predictions have come correctly, right? So here I think now people know true positive, true negative, true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. Next is detection rate. Detection rate actually says how much amount of positive predictions have come. It's not negative alone. If you see accuracy, no, the numerator will be TP plus TA, but in detection rate will be numerator will be only TP. The next is logarithmic loss, right? This actually gives you possibility to say how much amount of classifications have come as a probability value. So that's called as logarithmic loss. Next is sensitivity, which is true positive rate. Specificity is false positive rate. This is a formula for sensitivity. So in sensitivity, you have numerator as TP. In specificity, you have numerator as FP. So next is precision, which is used in most of the evaluation metric. This is a common one. So where we try to see how much correct positive results have come, divided by the total positive results. So TP divided by TP plus FP. The recall will be TP divided by TP plus FN. Actually, whenever we calculate precision, we calculate recall also. FN score will be given as 2 into 1 divided by 1 by precision plus 1 by recall. Right? And in fact, the FN score will give us most important information about the outliers in the given data. If you have a data and you have run a model and you have given predictions. Now you just want to know how much outliers are there, you can actually calculate from the FN score. Next is ROC, which is receiver operating characteristic curve. So as you can see here, it is a plot between the false positive rate and true positive rate. Here we find the area under the curve, right? So the area under the curve is equal to 0.79, right? If you can see here, this is a good one. Suppose it varies, then naturally you have to go and check whether your model has got some anomalies. Next is a precision recall curve. This is an ideal precision recall curve. So x-axis will have recall, y-axis will have precision. If you don't get a similar one, then in that case again you have to go and check your model. This is about the performance metrics. Okay. Last, which I want you to see. Yeah. 1 second. This I think people know, right? If you go to internet and type Google Colab, right? If you don't have a good system, or if you don't have a computationally good system to run your sources, then you can go to internet, go to Google Colab. Only thing is you need to open a Gmail account. So it'll get you a URL like this. Here you can actually push your Python code, whichever you have. So let's take, this is my Python code that I want. I can go here and I can push it here. Advantages in my login, whatever code I have pushed, right, will be available there, right? Now let's take on here. Here I have a code which is built for Python. This is an example with respect to Bitcoin blockchain, right? So I put pip install Bitcoin, I run, it runs. Now the next step would be is like, I want to generate a private key for security. I use this code. This code says that you can generate a private key. That private key will become an input to public key generation. Now I can get a Bitcoin address. I can go here and I can run. This generates my private key, public key, and Bitcoin address. Once again. This one I didn't run, that's was here. So I've run this part. Then if I run this, yeah, it generates a private key, public key, and Bitcoin address. This is a code on the internet, right, which I have taken. The next is I would like to have a hash library created. So there are predefined hash library available in Python called as hashlib. I'm using SHA-256 for communication. Just go here, then it will generate you the key. Now, when you come to blockchain, as part of cybersecurity problems, people say that you can actually mine. So run this code. This is a function for doing mining. It is working correctly. Now we will call the function to see the output. So here we call the function by supplying the parameters. So when we run, 1 second. SHA-256 is not defined. Yeah, I missed this. So run this, then run this. Now SHA-256 will be recognized. Now go here and run this code. It will generate to the hash value. Mining the same, just there for Bitcoin transaction. Like this, you can actually take any code which you have and you can run the code with respect to Google Colab, right? A lot of example, if you don't type k-means Python ideas. Cool. If you can see here, yeah, you can see here. K means mail clustering. So here they are actually looking at possibility of classifying the customers based on the mail access. So here they explain the code. They got a customer data, right, which they have used. You can just copy the code, paste it, and running new code is very simple. It's not very tough here. I'll show you that also. So just I go here. I can save this code, whatever I have done. If I want to create a new code, I can just go here and I can paste the code, run it, and see that. Okay. So that's it from my side. And coincidentally, I have an ongoing funded project from IBM where we work on looking at detecting of threats, right? The threats are more connected to the threats with respect to system and network. So there we implement on Python. So thank you so much to all the members who have given the opportunity, and thanks to Dhanalakshmi ma'am. In fact, she was I studied in State Institute of Technology, Madurai. So thanks to my college, which educated me with my first undergraduate. Thank you all. I have left my email ID in the chat box, and I work completely on machine learning and deep learning. If you happen to work on similar areas and you have some clarifications where I can give you some suggestions, please always reach to me in my email or mobile. Thank you all. Thank you, sir. Madam, I have completed.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable session on deep learning and cryptographic algorithms. Participants, if you have any queries, you can share in chat box.
Yeah, very good morning, Dr. Senthil Kumar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm
Please.
Dr. Ram Kumar from Chitkara University.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was a very nice presentation. I had gone through each and every things, whatever you have shared with us. At last, you were showing that Bitcoin mining, right? So Bitcoin mining is like is it something limited to generate the digest alone, or it involves some other operations also? Like this?
Okay. See, blockchain says that either you are the owner or none of the owners. So let's take 5 people work in an organization. All of us are interested to do a transaction. We can actually have a currency, physical currency-less transaction using Bitcoin. So there, the mode of signatures that you generate can be either using conventional SHA algorithms, or you can use algorithms which are related to hash. That was what I was trying to demonstrate this.
So that SHA algorithm they're using, if suppose like out of curiosity only I'm asking, if suppose there are 10 users, okay, so they are going to manipulate 1 Bitcoin. So should we go and cross check all 10 digest, or we should mine only 1 digest?
Okay, fine, sir, fine. I'll answer you that question. See, if there are 10 users, no, sir, you will have your own SHA, either hash value or a SHA value, right?
Yes.
So your SHA value is dependent on me.
Yes.
Because we all are 10 users. Suppose I go and change my SHA value, SHA encryption value, then it affects all the remaining 9 users.
So that's why it is taking a lot of time, right? I hope, if I'm not wrong. Mining.
Yeah, but advantage is, the security is 100% present.
Yeah.
You can never say that some intruder has come to your network.
Because I was wondering, like, if suppose more number of users are coming,
More number of users?
unrealistic time delay also. If
Yeah,
suppose-
correct. Then they are developing algorithms which can actually generate keys at a faster rate. Coming to the security part, rather than relying on a third-party provider, it's a decentralized model.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Actually, you had given a very good eye-opening session today, because how to combine cybersecurity threats and deep learning, right? It was a fantastic session. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much for sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members. Thank you all. Stay safe. Madam, I leave, ma'am, here.
Hi, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Same link, you can join at 1 p.m. and feedback link will be shared in chat box and even in WhatsApp group. The link will be closed at 3 p.m. So thank you all participants, faculty, and all the participants. I request you to join at 1 p.m. and to make the event a grand success. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Now I shall introduce the profile of Dr. Munishwaram N. P. Assistant Professor Senior, School of Computing Science and Engineering, VIT Bhopal University, Madhya Pradesh, India. Dr. Munishwaran V is working as Assistant Professor Senior grade in the School of CSC, VIT Bhopal. He completed his BE CSC in the year 1999 from Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, and his ME CSC from Annamalai University, Chidambaram, in the year 2005. He completed his PhD during the year 2021 in the area of information security from Anna University, Chennai. He has served in different academic and administrative roles at various academic institutes for more than 18 years. His research interests include information security, quantum cryptography, data science, and machine learning. He has published 37 research publications in reputed international journals and conferences. He was a part of one of the members in simulation of boiler model testing project, ABB Bangalore, and dynamic simulation of CFBC furnace, corporate R&D, BHEL Hyderabad. He has a very much passion in program debugging and coding. He had got lifetime membership affiliation in Computer Society of India, CSI. Sir, please continue the session.
Okay, thank you for my introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, can we have interaction sessions with the students or only I can share my. So good afternoon, students, and good afternoon, professors, and are awaiting for my webinar or seminar in the remote location. The role of cybersecurity and data science in the day-to-day life. So in our every span of life or in our day-to-day life, we face a lot of challenges and we face a lot of struggles to get into a particular mode, either in terms of sending a messages, receiving a messages, sending a password, receiving a password, or when you log in a particular web services, or when you're able to open any letter, or when you open any kind of PDF from internet. We tried a lot of challenges as well as. So whenever we use internet in a very common way, so commonly all in everybody's hand, we have the small internet. We have a small handheld devices like mobile or tab or laptop. Every devices we can have. So whenever you have to able to log in for booking a ticket or sending a mail. So when you beginning, how it will be, how you have to go able to log in into the machine. Now subsequent days, they introduce so many security features. When our childhood days or when our collegehood days, whenever we are able to log in, we have to use only username as well as password. Now this will be in more version. Enter your captcha. Then after some time, in some other web services, it says that please ensure that you are not a robot. In one more time, sir, we have so many accounts, sir. From starting from mail and all ticket booking, all blogs and educational materials, everything we have account. Every account will be linked in a common one email ID. And whenever we forget the password, automatically we can able to reset the password. Then the password will be link will be sent to our respective mail. So from this, we have to reset our password. But nowadays it is very tedious because we are working in different organizations. So we give one organization mails, then later on when we leave from the particular organizations, the mail will be blocked. Then how we have to reuse your old account? So for that purposes, just a minute. So for that purposes, what we can do, what the web services or the internet service providers or web domain providers will be saying, they have to link your account with your mobile number. Then whenever you can able to logged in, they can send a OTP, one-time password, to ensure that you are the correct person to access the particular website. So daily we face these type of challenges in our real time. So whenever you have to book a transaction from a banking transaction, from sending a money or receiving a money, the immediately next minute they can ensure that with your authorization a OTP. Okay, so these are the some glimpses you can able to do in the day-to-day life. In this particular scenario, the data science as well as the cyber security, how it will be helpful to control our transactions or control our variables or control our activities. So we know that the data science, it is a definition, it's a deep study of the massive amount of data. Regularly we have gone through data structures. So what is data structures? Data structure is a way of organizing a data to store the data in a computer so that it can be used for efficient purposes. The same way, when the data will be millions or billions kind of things, so from the millions and billions kind of things, we have to extract the data. So their data will be become the data sets. So from the unstructured data, how we have to process and how we have to use it for the different technologies with the correct algorithms. That is comes under the data science. Then how does the cyber security, sir? Cyber security is the practice to protect our critical systems or sensitive information from the digital attacks. So nowadays we have to all our transactions, all our confidential information, all our personal information, all our educational information, everything is available to open to all. Okay. From this, how we have to protect these kind of data from the outside world. So also known as information technology security, cyber security, and designed to a specific applications. And we have to protect these data against our threats. The threat is a passive threat or it may be active threat. So we have to protect inside as well as the outside organization. So these are the two main things, data science as well as cyber security. We have to go through it. Then before going to why the cyber security is important in our daily life. So cyber security is becoming an important aspect of every life. The reason behind this kind of attitude is nothing but the development of more technical dependencies with the various applications. So nowadays, in our hand, we have a small computer like a mobile devices. It can have the full potential information or personal information in each and every house, key, whether password, whether what are the things, daily routines of each and every person's, everything we can maintain in our day-to-day lives. So it is the one of the most things that are needed to be taken under consideration that with the good kinds of threats comes to a remedy purpose. The remedy in this case, nothing but the development of cybersecurity. It is becoming a necessary component of our life because all the data regarding security information, health information, even personal information, and even financial information are openly available in the internet. So it is a place where the data will stay forever, but it is not that secured until we provide the security to it. In this piece of writing, detailed information is going to be provided for a better kind of a situation analysis and a remedy. Fine. So we can always say Wherever you have to download a hall ticket, you can upload your mail. Whenever you can download a ID card, upload your mail. Whenever you can have a copy of your mark sheet and your transfer certificates, everything, you can upload your mail. At one day, when you forget the mail password, what you can do? Whether you can get all those things? No. Whether you can all this, you can get no. So what you can do is, if you forget the password, then the password, the ISPs, how you can ensure that I have to given the correct password to the right person? Then I can ensure that I can take some security measures questions. So during our login registration, so we have to ensure that this is the security questions. Who is your friend? What is your first day of school? What is the food you like it? So some questions they are randomly asking. There you have to fill your answers. Then later on, during the verification of these things, they have to coin these questions. Then your answer will be matching. Then they can ensure that yes, this is the right person. I have to reset the password to the right person nowadays. Now the security questions will be turned off. Then what we can do is they can link with the mobile phone, 10-digit mobile phone. Then directly they can ask whether I can send the link to your mobile phone or I can send the OTP to your mobile phone. If you send a OTP to your mobile phone, automatically with the OTP checking, they can ensure that yes, the password reset is the right person. Okay, so this is daily day-to-day life. We have to face a lot of struggles and we have to reactivate our account. The importance of cyber security is nowadays we have a different type of cyber cells of different countries are active all the time in order to find any kind of issues that are not good for people. If everything is fine, we don't bother about it. If something is phishing, automatically because of this one, everyone will be losing their accounts. We heard about so many fraud transactions will be happening through GPay or through PhonePe and everything. So we have fraud calls from outsiders, unknown persons, saying that you have won this money 1 million amount from the lottery. So kindly activate this number or kindly scan this QR code to claim your money. What you can do? Just you have to scan it, then automatically it is a QR code. It is a GPay QR code. Then what you can do? It's just a pay button only. You cannot go back also. Then you can only pay, automatically the money is debited. Then when you go to the bank, if you are not unclaimed that, sir, I wrongly debited and I wrongly credited this account. No, it is your wish. You have to make all the responsibility. Okay, so that particular time the cyber security, cyber cells will be helping to us. So each and every time they have to say, don't answer or don't. The bank never ask any OTP or any what you can say, any personal information or any other password, any other ATM card, nothing. If anything you can need it, you can come to our bank, we can clarify it. So over phone, we cannot ask any one of the information. If even the your ATM card is the expiry, automatically we can send the new card, wasn't it? So don't entertain such calls. So here the breaching needs some expert supervision. So most of the cases, it is seen that the expert hackers have executed the most dangerous crimes in the world. So most of the cases, it seems that the good intentions, they have performed the job. Even I have seen a lot of good intention people of hackers. They have to enter onto our website claiming that, sir, if you remove this particular code, your website performance will be good, sir. Sir, if you remove this particular code, so many videos will be embedded in the particular website, sir. So if you remove this particular code, then your website performance will be good, sir. Speedy, it will be loaded very fastly, sir. Likewise, some gray hackers will be there. So white hackers, red, black hackers, and gray hackers. Okay, so breaching the security and personal life of a person is a crime, and it should be never done always. Without asking somebody, when we capture the someone picture, is a crime also. But we don't know. Only we can take selfies and anything. But behind the selfies and behind somebody is there, we are unknowingly noticing without the knowledge of that particular person, we have to capture the photograph. But in foreign countries, it is a offense. The functionality of the cyber cells comes to enforcement in this section, and it is one of the most important parts when your total security lies on someone else whom you never know. Whom you never know. First, we can make the introduction. So everyone in the industry would like you better understand the landscape that operated, and cybersecurity is no exception. It takes understanding to be able to anticipate and respond to attacks, threats, and other cybersecurity issues. So this session will describe the state of cybersecurity before and after of the data science, as well as in the many ways the data science can be used in cybersecurity. The data science is used to intrusion detection, behavioral analytics, and data protection, and foreseeing laboratory scenarios for the real world exam. So nowadays, suppose if you're able to reset your password, it will ask, okay, please verify I am not robot. Okay, so if you uncheck the particular section, just a minute. So data science is used in many places. First one will be whenever you have to activate or reset your account. So it will be asked you to reset the captcha or reset the password. So in the particular case, the web browser asks, prove I am not a robot. Then when you check it, it will show some pictures, randomly show some pictures, or it will be grid of M by N grid pictures, showing that please select some trees, or please select some cars, or please select some trucks, or please select some animals, or please select some pathways. Suppose if it is a machine, so machine will able to find these pictures very fastly. But as a human eye, we can identify the picture, and clicking the picture will be little bit slow. So from this, they can identify it as, okay, you are not a machine, you are the human. So I can able to I can able to give the reset procedure to the particular account. Okay, so nowadays we have our computer, our IBM computer, Blueprint computer, supercomputer will have more power. Even the nowadays we have i7, i10, i11, i12, lot of super Intel processors will be available. So this will be performing very fastly. So to avoid these situations, the new thing, as a programmer, as a young kids like you, as a young programmer, you have to invent so many things to increase the security features. To increase the security features. So this session will conclude with the well-founded recommendations for how cybersecurity and data science can improve with one small change. Okay, before cybersecurity or before data science, how cybersecurity will be? The most accurate description that I have come across about cybersecurity before data science is that fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Okay, first, when you enter into the cyber world, when you enter into the internet world, so you have the fear. Okay, if I send the letter, whether it will be reaching to my friend, or whether it reaching to my faculty, or whether it reaching to my superior, you have a fear. Then in between, during the transaction, if it is any power cut, in network cut, how it will be, whether it will be letter will be on the way, in the middle of the way. So you have a doubt at the initial stages. But nowadays, what it can be, when you have to configure your mail, you have to sending your mail at your preferred time also. At your preferred time also. Suppose you know that I am the travel I am in travel from 10 to 11. But 10 o'clock, I must send a mail. What you can do? Now itself, you have to configure your mail and you have to send the mail in a scheduler. Scheduler means now Gmail will allow you a scheduler. It will be able to allow at a particular time. Sir, 10 okay or 10:1 okay or 10:2 okay. Even in millisecond also. You have to configure your mail. It should be sent at a particular time. So that is the data set. That is the database. A significant number of decisions were made, right or wrong, based on the assumptions. Assumptions about how attackers may attack, where they can attack, and so assumptions are potentially the core of many organizations' information security strategies. Okay, so the data science has effectively illuminated this previously dark space of FUD, that is fear, uncertainty, and doubt based assumptions, and has moved the cybersecurity playing field towards basing decision more on facts. This does not mean that the job of cybersecurity is now a catwalk or cakewalk that cybersecurity analysts and information security professionals can basically ignore. Rather, they now have the data-driven methods and tools that will allow them to do their jobs in a better way. Currently, many organizations service their cybersecurity data science needs by hiring the outside consultants to lend their expertise in a larger scale. This should be proven. This should be proven to be exceedingly insightful for many organizations as they now have a more realistic vision of their own cybersecurity risk and strengths. These external consultants generally do not collaborate much with organizational security teams. They can do independent tasks. Now, how our data science will empower the cybersecurity? So data science, we already know that data structure is a small amount of data. So from this data is, what is it called data? It is unstructured, or we can say some observation values. Our name is a data. Our employee ID is a data. Our roll number is a data. Our mark sheet contains each and every data. Your name, your register number, your subject code, your subject name, your mark in words, total, average, CGPA. Everything is a data. Whenever we can organize the data in a particular suitable data structure, either in a linear or non-linear fashion, why we have to arrange these data to access the data fast. If you imagine that in your class we have nearly 60 students will be there, whether I can calculate the each and every marks for individual subject. Okay, sir. If I calculate for 6 subjects mark for the particular class, it is easy. Can you imagine that in your whole campus? In your whole campus, we have nearly 5,000 students. So 5,000 students, how many classes? So how many subjects? How you have to organize this data? So this is for one semester. You can say as a one semester. We can have the 8th semester mark sheet. When you go into the from the beginning of the college opening, so when you have the accumulate all the data, then we cannot easily retrieve the data. So we have to divide the data, and data must be in the structured manner. Then only we have to ensure that we have to predict, or we have to pick the right data at the right time. So in modern data science, in its most fundamental form, it's all about understanding. Understanding, it involves studying, processing, and extracting the valuable insights from a set of large information. The large information is after your placements. Then from placement companies, they're saying that this particular candidate will submit it. These are the documents. Please ensure that the originality of the mark sheets or originality of the marks submitted by the candidate. From the placement side or from the company side, the information must be comes to your office. Then from office, they have to ensure that Suppose if you are only one student, they can easily ensure that, okay, all marks are correct as per our records. But when we have the huge records, we have 10 years data or 12 years data, 20 years data, 25 years data. Imagine that, how we have to pick your mark sheet at the particular semester, at the particular year. Okay, so this is, we have how we can process and extract data to the valuable insight. Though the world and the process have been around for several decades, it was primarily a subset of computer. So data science is one of, computer science will have majorly comprise all these fields. Here, data science is one of the smallest subset. So today, it has developed into an independent field, and hence those interested can study and major in. So nowadays, we have, whenever you can go, wherever you can find, in Facebook or Instagram, in Twitter, it will be find it that data science, data science, data science. So get your data science certificate or becoming a data science professional, registered here like this. So you have get so many advertisement. Now data science become the independent field from the computer science. It is an amazing field to study with lot of promising career opportunities and a great to many users. So it may be a strange to study data science with the hopes to improving of cybersecurity, but reality, it makes a lot of sense. It will provide a better intrusion detection and protection system. Then it will very useful for the behavior analysis. Suppose a cat or dog. So the cat will behaves differently and cat will behaves differently. But the dogs is a trainer, but the dog will be accepting, or what you can say, to obey the commands by the trainer. The same dog, when a new stranger will enter into the house or enter into the premises, the dogs behave badly. The dog behave badly. Similarly, when what kind of people, whether they are trusted people or they are untrusted people, or whether worthy people or unworthy people, how they are access the data, whether we can give the data or not. Whether we can give the data or not, it is decided by the organization, decided by the individuals. Nowadays, I am saying from the over the phone, they can ask, what is your name and what is your date of birth and what is your Aadhaar card number, everything. And their point itself, you have to cut their call. First, without your name, they can just call, hello sir, we are calling from so and so bank or so and so branches. We want to give this particular type of loan, like this. First initial stages, who are you, why you get, how you can get my number. Sorry, I'm not the right person to talk. Otherwise, they have to take your all personal information from you. Without knowing your name, they have to call by using a random call, a random number. They have to select you and they have to call to you and get all your informations. Nowadays, these personal informations of your name, your date of birth, your Aadhaar card, we can make wonders. From these informations, we can easily get a reset a password of any account or any bank, whatever it may. Okay. Nowadays, this personal information also we can give whether it is a trusty person or whether we have a worthy person or not. Okay. So that kind of world nowadays. So we have to need a data protection, and we have to analyze whether the correlation between a big data and cybersecurity will be there or not. Then at last, we have to give the shielding or protection for some important information. So we have to create so many accounts for different type of mail accounts or blog account or YouTube account, whatever it may be. For each and every account, we have used a different type of passwords to open each and every account. For how we remember these passwords, simply you can say give save. By you can trust the browser and all the passwords will be saved in your browser. Suppose the browser is out of condition, the browser is not open, then what is the case? Whether you can open the account, whether you can open any account, you can check your mails, or whether you can able to transaction, and you can make any transaction with the bank, nothing. So you have to protect your information in such a way that the information must be unknown to others, only known to you only. So maintenance and interference deletion sections will be also available to protect the data. Then how to protect a better intrusion detection system and prediction. So cyber security is held to be a classic game like cat, cat and mouse. We always know, we can very much watch the Tom and Jerry. So this is analogy could not be any more at this point. So attackers and hackers use a wide range of intrusion styles, methods, and tools that can be changed at any. Earlier intrusion detection systems may help narrow the gap to space and time between the incident and responses, but the playing field was still heavily skewed in favor of attackers. So with the implementation of data science, both historical and present information about these intrusions can now be fed up into a machine learning algorithm. The end result of this is a more precise intrusion detection system and management system, and one that can predict the future attacks before they can happen. So machine learning algorithms can even assist in spotting the loopholes within an information security environment, thereby further tightening of the organization security. So you have to play a better role. How unauthorized persons cannot enter into our premises. So whether if you made anything, the attacker will find another way how to breach this system. Suppose in our college premises, we are supposed to use our college network. So there they can set a firewall saying that this will be allowed. What is allowed? The mailing is allowed. You have to enter the browse the Gmail from the Google. You have to get your study materials only. YouTube videos and all the social medias like your Facebook, Instagram, and what are the social medias, everything is blocked. What you can do? Okay, how I can get this one? How I can get this one? How I can? So you have to get some other kind of the thing. You have to bypass all the firewalls. Then some hackers will try to avoid or bypass the firewalls to directly get into the system. Okay, so it will be happening. Always it will be happening. So some behavioral analysis. What my parents think if I can't do it. What my friends think if I do like this. So what society thinks when I eat a fruit in the mall or auto. So what my boss thinks when the graph will be like this. Okay, what I think when I can able to draw the Superman symbols like this S, R. So what actually think when we three friends will be we can togetherly helping hand each other, and we can enjoying in a road. Okay, so it is not a behavior analysis. It is a behavior of a particular machine, or it is a behavior of a particular person, how they are reacted. Okay, suppose if your mother says some surprising to you, even birthday party, if your birthday day, your father will comes to you. Okay, happy birthday. I forgot, pa. Then your face will be getting small. Suddenly, your father will be giving a surprise gift to you. So that particular time, your face will be brighter, even 100% or 200%. Okay, you have to expect some gifts from your father, but unknowingly, his father does not bring any gift. So that particular time, your behavior will be like this. Okay, so we have some machines also. When the hacker also try to intrude a particular system, he have a certain kind of behavior. Okay, we can clearly analyze from the behavior. saying that this is the intruder and this is a novice intruder, this is expert intruder, this is a kid intruder, like this. So don't bother about all those things. If you're a better a safe protection, you have to use your own behavior analysis to analyze this. So intrusion detection and identifying a malware is one thing, but understanding the attacker behavior is quite another. So currently we have faced so many antiviruses, K7 or MS Team, Norton antivirus, Kaspersky, whatever the thing, what it can be do. It will be scanning our entire files. At last it will say no malware will be found. So we always say that some 3 years back or 4 years back, Ramson malware will be attacking. Then we cannot get our old data. Just it will erase everything like a shredder. In our system, it will be able to shred everything. We cannot get our old data. So what we can do, we can have monthly once or yearly once, weekly once. We have to take the backup. Suppose it is a financial data. If any other banking transaction, any other academic institutions records. So if the data is lost, how we can answer the students? How we can answer to their universities? How we can answer to the companies? So how we have to protect this particular data? So data science allows for a reliable analysis of vast massive amounts of information, particularly data from several organizations. So new tools such as SolarWinds, logs, and event managers use a behavior analytics to pull enormous amounts of data from multiple data sources. So nowadays, our Google will say, suppose if any mail will be coming from outside the organizations, it will display a external mail. Suppose any one particular file contains some bad, contains some heavy data, it will say that please be sure that this is a spam. Be safe. If we click be safe, then it is reacted to or it will change to a color of green. Otherwise, it will display the mail in the red color. So it is a machine learning algorithm will always behave any other spam messages. It is not related to your organization or some other organization. So all mails will be stored in the spam mails recently. So it is a behavior analysis of the Gmail. So relevant system and network logs are included, then correlated to predict the future behavior. This is a gold at the end of the AI rainbow in the cybersecurity. Soon, so much information will be processed that malicious actors will be far easier to handle. Then next time we can protect the data protection. So data protection is more and more needed. So I rightly pointed out, you never reveal your personal information. All personal information must be protected to a untrust or unworthy persons. Okay, so whenever you can go to the bank, suppose if I'm able to forget my password or PIN number to reset my credit card. So when I call to the credit card company over phone, they ask what is your name, what is your father's name, everything. Then it say what is your address, what is your phone number, everything, all personal information they have to ask. Then they can say, okay, sir, everything information is correct, sir. We have to send a OTP to your mobile number. Then from this, you have to set the new password or new PIN number. Suppose you can say that itself, no, I changed my mobile number to this number. Please set. No, sir, I will send the mobile. Why? You can send the OTP to the old number because they are not accepting, they are not identifying this is the right person over the phone. How we can ensure that? Okay, while registration, we have to give one particular mobile number. So after a particular some time, we have to change the mobile number. We never intimate to the particular credit card company. Then how they can ensure that this is the right person, whether we can give the password to the right person or not. Okay, so all the data, not only the password, not only the username, even your phone number, even your date of birth, even your name also. Suppose if anybody call, you can say short name also. So don't give your full name, a first name, last name, middle name. Don't give. Just you can say a short name. How the friends will be calling. You can say that might be my name. Okay. So that is well and good. When you use this type of practice, you never lose your data. You never lose your money. You never lose your account also. So data science has also assisted in a better data protected manner. It previously used security measures, including the complex signatures and encryptions, have helped us stop information probing and other methods of attackers use when attacking extremely valuable and sensitive information. So data science step up the plate and reinforce these previous measures by allowing for impenetrable protocols with highly developed machine learning algorithms. Okay, nowadays everything is related into the cloud. You can see starting from computer, tab, mobile, our notebook, our photographs, our scan, our CDs, our day-to-day lives, our mobile devices, our mails, our clock, our calories, our activities, our sleeping, our memory card, everything will be related and everything will be saved in the cloud. So how we protect each and every information? So correlation between big data and cybersecurity. So a company or an organization can conduct a thorough analysis of the collections of the informations with the help of the data analytics applications and the machine learning tools. The analysts can deeply examine data to derive trends, patterns, and actionable items to the context. This creates a strong system and prevents any risk that can be lead to a future potential attacks. Okay, attack may be a positive, passive attack, or attack may be a active attack. The attack may be a passive attack means what? Silently he is sitting inside or he is sitting outside some other place. He silently send a spam call, send a anonymous message. From clicking that particular mail or message, he collects your information. He collects your information. It's a passive attack. The active attack means you know the opponent, because he's in front of you only. He directly attacking, directly steal your data. Then what you can do? All the informations must be safely sealed or protected into a big bank or in a big locker, in a big locker. So we have to seal all important information, so that in our during childhood days or in our earlier days, we don't know these informations are, this is the security, sir, this is the cryptography, sir, this is the steganography, sir, or this is the watermark, sir. So what is the purpose of these things? Basically a cryptography is you have to transforming the form of one text into some other form. Then steganography is hiding one form of text into some other thing. Then watermarking, we have to again hide some important informations inside some hologram sticks. Okay, these three will play a major role to hide, to transform information. So whenever when you find when you go to the village, so there their door they're marking, our grandfather as well as grandmothers will marking numbers 11111. So what is one? So you know that. So number of liters or number of times some milkman or milk vendor will be coming to our houses. Some markings will be in door side or whatever it may. Okay. So by using, this is a cracking, or this is the ciphers. Only the persons will be know the home, the owner of the house will be known what is the sign of these symbols. Even if you kept some secret information. Suppose you and your friend will be know some new languages, then it is the cipher, but these languages may not know by the others. Okay. Likewise, we have to transfer information from one to another without the knowledge of others. So another noteworthy aspects of data attack is the loss of highly valuable data and information, which can cause huge damage to the all companies. By using the best security measures like complex signatures, encryptions, probing into the data set can be stopped. So nowadays we have to make 64-bit encryption, 32-bit encryption, 128-bit encryption. So whenever you have to make any banking transaction, so below it says VeriSign Technologies, SSL, 64-bit encryption data will be available. So whenever you can make a communication in WhatsApp from you to your friend, it will say that there is a end-to-end protection is available. What is end-to-end protection? So nobody knows what is the communication between you and your friend. You and your friend. Nobody will be knows. That way the Facebook will be claiming in WhatsApp. So it will be end-to-end encryption. Whenever anyone will be tapping in between, so he cannot use your information. He cannot use your information. So using a deep analysis upon the history of the cyber attacks, you can devise a customizable algorithms to predict the probability of any attacks much in advance. Thus, data science can help you construct inaccessible protocols to protect all the important information. At last, whatever the things we can have, we can give it to the God. The rest of the things, the good hills, we can take it, and the bad things, we can crush it under our legs. We can crush it under our legs. So we can use it as the internet or whatever the cyber attacks, everything in a positive manner. And negativity or the things is not done, we can leave it, or it will be all behind our legs only. So some recently we have a ransomware attack, a malware attack will be available 3 years back. So totally, what I can say, it is a flooding. So all the data it will be vanished. So they have to take all our data from the Indian bank or Indian government websites, Indian economic website, everything. Then if you give the money, we have to recover your data, we have to pay the data. Likewise, they have to claim. So now it will be somewhat restored. So maintenance and inference system detection system, cybersecurity is the smart game which involves constant chasing and escaping. So hackers and attackers use all possible intrusion methods and tools to gain access to get more features. Here, intrusion detection systems come into a play in both active and preventive variety. So it works by monitoring users and devices connected on your network and indicates any hazardous activity. With the help of latest data science technology, the usage of tools can be enhanced and simplified. By entering the present and historical data into a machine learning algorithm, the system can detect and prompt any potential problems in our real life. So these systems can be then used to predict any anticipating attacks and patch loopholes to avoid to the cyber attacks. So currently we are very much familiar about this type of social networking. So whenever you can say, sir, I uploaded this many number of files in Dropboxes, I can view this many number of videos will be watched in a minute, or this many number of videos can be uploaded or downloaded, this many likes will be happening, and this is the trend, sir. This is the trend, sir. This hashtag is here trending, sir. So how it will be communicated through, or how it will be shared over the phone. Suppose any one particular thing, suppose recently last 1 month, before 1 month or between 1 month, I don't think exact date, some 1 hour or 2 hour Facebook account will be locked for all the accounts. Some due to the glitches, the Facebook is not working properly. Then immediately 2 hours or next day, it says that Facebook will face this many number of billions or crores they have to lose for the stoppage of these servers. See here, so how much usages will be, how much money will be lost, how much revenue they can get from the 24/7 life. If suppose anyone hacking, automatically the revenue for the particular department will be blocked. So if you have Twitter and Instagram or Snapchat, whatever it may be, even Netflix also. So you have to pay the money to view your movie in a uninterrupted manner. Okay. Suppose during the in between the movie, Netflix account will be blocked or it will be paused some 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Whether you can able to move, whether you can able to recharge for the next time. So it will not be. So they can lose their customer. Likewise, in our day-to-day life, we face so many challenges. In current today life, we have to activate all the, of course, everything will be a data science, all huge data. So data, it will be a huge means 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, everything will be a huge. Each and every time, the same data will be uploaded again and again and again and again. Okay, so then foreseeing laboratory scenarios for real world. So another massive improvement brought on by data science is being able to move away from laboratory scenarios and hypotheticals for the real world examples. So these real world examples are pulled from historical data that algorithms use to show what has to be happened in the previous examples of attacks and how the organizations responded and recovered. So nowadays we have we have to go through, we have to put our COVID vaccinations. There itself we have to all the names and our Aadhaar cards will be linked with the COVID vaccination centers. So whenever you have to give your Aadhaar card, automatically next minute they will ask send a OTP to authorize whether I send the correct OTP to the right person or not. How they can have the data? Suppose you can say in our country, nearly 1 crore or 10 crore people will get the Aadhaar card. All the informations must be stored in a single computer. How imagine that from Aadhaar side or COVID side or railway station or I can say this one airport, all other basic information. What are the things you have to go opening account? Next minute on verification call, Aadhaar card will be linked. So Aadhaar. So how the data will be stored in the real life? So before when you type into enter card, suppose actually your birthday will be 1/1/1990 or 29 to some year 2000 or 2002. Okay, in the 4 years once your birthday will be coming. This is your actual birthday, but for the recording purpose, in the school recording purpose, they can set the birthday as 1/3/2000 or 2020, whatever it may be. Then when you give the verification purposes, it will say that your date of birth is mismatching. Your date of birth is mismatching. So nowadays it won't be happening because everything will be digitized manner. In our childhood days, the headmaster will decide our birth rate. Headmaster will decide our birth rate. But in home, we don't know actual birth rates. Even if you can't know, or when you ask your grandfather and grandmother, they don't know their birth rates. They don't know their birth because the date of birth will be a main crucial thing, a main important data for Aadhaar card, school records, and college records, and even passports, and all the banking transactions everywhere. Okay, but before that, they don't have such accounts. They don't have such accounts. So imagine that whenever you can ask your father or grandfather account number, they can tell 2-digit or 3-digit account number. Imagine that in a particular small city, nearly 50 homes will be there. Okay, so their account numbers, how they can create it. First person, one account number 1, second person account number 2, like this. So when you merge with one city to another city, then you have to put one more field. City 1, okay, city 1, account number 1, city 2, account number 1. So likewise, now what is the maximum number of digits? Our maximum account number of digits will be 11 digits. SBI will have 16 digit or 17 digit will be account numbers. Our Aadhaar card will have 12 digit numbers. Why? It is a unique numbers to identify each and every system. Likewise, in laboratory scenarios, earlier we have to use IPv4 technologies. So class A, class B, class C, class D, and class E. So all with separated by 255.255.255.255. Now it is converted into a IPv6. It is some in the testing only. Suppose if you check your IP addresses in Geo or 5G technologies, it is in the IPv6 format. IPv6 format. Okay, they secure that in IPv6 format it is secure, more secure than IPv4. This can be used in many organizations to gain the truest idea of their information security landscape, and this self-awareness will pay dividends in the way of better security in future. So always learning, learning, learning. There is no stop. There is no stop. You can always be the leader or learner. We can each and every activity we have to learn something. Okay. Then conclusion, as explored above, data science already had a massive positive impact on cybersecurity during in short history. A strong positive aspect of data science in the fact that as the time goes on, more information must be analyzed, meaning that better predictions can be made and putting attackers and cyber criminals in their backfield. So despite these improvements of cybersecurity, the relationship between the data science can be further improved with one small change, as I mentioned earlier. The small modification is that we have to provide the data in the more secure manner. It is not directly dealt with the untrusted persons, work with security teams within the organization. The end result will be an even better understanding of their collective security environment and most likely improved methods of using data science in
Sir, excuse
cybersecurity.
me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you please mute that annotation, sir.
Okay. So these are the references I have to took from the website. If any doubt, you can ask me. So how we have to provide security measures in a better way? So before we have to go start this one, I show some videos. From this, you can analyze how the data science will be more useful. Ma'am, whether video will be played, ma'am?
Let me tell you about this amazing offer from Udemy. Right now, they're having one of their biggest sales of the year. तो अगर आप
So whether you can receive any sound, this one?
A data scientist is a person who uses data to solve problems, uncover patterns, and gain insight. They often work in businesses and organizations which gather and curate large datasets. A data scientist may leverage knowledge from statistics, computer programming, databases, machine learning, and mathematical modeling to achieve their goals. A day in the life of a data scientist. First, the data scientist needs to understand the business or organizational issues. Then, they look for data. They may need to set up an experiment to acquire the data, or the data may already exist somewhere in. If an experiment is required, it is important to write down the hypothesis before proceeding. Once the data is gathered, it is checked and cleaned. Then, the right tools for modeling are chosen. For example, R, Python, or another software package. The data and results are then analyzed using visualization tools. The data scientist is looking for important insights and trends and checking their hypothesis. Statistical tests are used to check the results are robust and valid. The learnings, results, and insights are communicated to the stakeholders, usually with recommendations. For example, a data scientist working for a transport company might identify particular routes that are inefficient and recommend solutions to them more efficient. With the advent of the data age, we can all now, with the help of data scientists, get better insights and make better data-driven decisions.
So here, we will know how the data science will be. It's a simple game. Nowadays, today, England, India as well as New Zealand will play a first test match here. So in the first test match, how much data they can involve? If you see player-wise, huge statistics. Player-wise, huge statistics. You can consider a batsman. So how many innings he played? From this, how many dot balls he scored? How many runs he scored? In the how many runs, how many centuries, how many 50s, and how many fours, and how many sixes, and how much strike rates. Okay, so he is a regular player. So always consistently his records will be available. He always crossed 50s, and he always consistently strike rate will be greater than 200. So he is selected for the next match. Suppose if we selected for the 10 teams or the IPL teams, 12 teams, an action, how the players will be selected for the each and every companies. So everything, the data will be play a major role. So individually, when you say from the beginning, or when you wake up from the bed, okay, today is the first day, or today is the first day I'm joining to the college. So from the first day, your data will be 0. Okay, whenever you can come to the campus or come to the college, there itself, you can have more and more data must be entered, or more and more data must be fed to you from the faculty members. Okay, then it must be analyzed, and it must be tested. Just a minute. So as a student perspective, it is a beginning. So whenever the teachers will be able to insight, produce so many data today assignment date, today tutorial, tomorrow's exams. So what are the topics to be covered? Everything you have to calculate it and how you have to plan for the next day. Suppose if you have the term and examination or the mid-semester examinations or the semester examinations, how you have to plan it. Then at the last, your teacher explaining that, okay, my class, total 40 students. Out of 40 students, 4 students will be failed, 36 students will be passed. Then you can say 90% of your class average in the production in the visualized manner. So at the higher outside, when we go with the, I got this quarter, I have this much revenue will be there. Compared to the last year, this year will be nearly 50% high. This year will be 20% loss. So everything will be based on the data. So data play a more crucial role nowadays. Okay. Then when it comes to the same thing, then cricket player. Then how the team members or the owners will select the players. They have to consistently see the records, whether he can play the IPL, whether he can play the test match, he can play the one day, or he can play the outside country or local country only, how his performances, whether he night match or day match, everything they can analyze. And they have to select, depends on their ability of the use. The language mainly used for data science is Python, R, and some other languages that will be hugely collected for the programming language. You can use it for Java also. Java means we have so many APIs to handle this type of data science. Just you can say sort, automatic data will be sorted. Normally for sorting in our childhood, we can go with bubble sort or quick sort to sort the numbers or sort the names. But nowadays we have a single command, that is file name dot sort, means automatically the file name, the array will be sorted, 2D array will be sorted, 3D array will be sorted. Okay, this is one type of the data science. Then one more video, I can just a minute. For security related point.
Meet Anne. She often shops from www.shoppingcart.com. She has her information like email ID, address, and credit card details saved on the website to enable a faster and hassle-free shopping experience. The required information is stored in a server. One day, Anne received an email which stated her eligibility for a special discount voucher from shoppingcart.com. In order to receive the coupon code, she was asked to fill in her shoppingcart.com account credentials. This didn't seem fishy to her at the time, as she thought it was just an account verification step. Little did she realize the danger she would be facing. She was knocked off her feet when a substantial amount of money was wiped off her account. How do you think this happened? Well, yes, the email she received was fake. Anne's shoppingcart.com account witnessed unauthorized access from a third party. This type of attack is known as a cyber attack, and the person who carries it out is called a hacker. Could Anne have prevented this attack? Indeed, she could have, with the help of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity involves techniques that help in securing various digital components, networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized digital access. There are multiple ways to implement cybersecurity, depending on the kind of network you are connected to and the type of cyber attacks you are prone to. So, let's take a look at the various cyber attacks that Anne could have been exposed to. One of the most common types of cyber attacks is a malware attack like Trojan, adware, and spyware, to name a few. Had Anne downloaded any suspicious attachments online, her system could have gotten corrupted by certain malicious viruses embedded within the attachments. Next is a phishing attack, the type of cyber attack which Anne experienced. Here, the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails, which appear to be coming from a legitimate source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and login credentials. Another type of attack is the man-in-the-middle attack. Here, the hacker gains access to the information path between Anne's device and the website's server. The hacker's computer takes over Anne's IP address. By doing so, the communication line between Anne and the website is secretly intercepted. This commonly happens with unsecured Wi-Fi networks and also through malware. Password attack is one of the easiest ways to hack a system. Here, Anne's password could have been cracked by using either common passwords or trying all possible alphabetical combinations. To prevent future cyber attacks, Anne sought to implement a few cybersecurity practices. First, she installed a firewall. As the name suggests, it is a virtual wall between Anne's computer and the internet. Firewalls filter the incoming and outgoing traffic from your device to safeguard your network, and they can either be software applications or hardware reinforcements. Secondly, Anne implemented honeypots. Just like how flowers attract bees, dummy computer systems, called honeypots, are used to attract attackers. These systems are made to look vulnerable in order to deceive attackers, and this, in turn, defends the real system. In addition to these, she also decided to use unique alphanumeric passwords, antivirus software, and started avoiding mails from unknown senders. That was Anne's story. Cyber attacks are not just confined to individuals, but also to public and private organizations. The cyber attacks carried out in such places are more deadly, and they result in colossal losses. Motives of such attacks are many, starting from tampering with crucial data to monetary gains. Let's have a look at a few of the cyber attacks that companies are subjected to. Various public sector organizations and large corporations face the Advanced Persistent Threat, APT. In this form of attack, hackers gain access to networks for a prolonged period in order to continuously gain confidential information. Companies also witness the denial of service attack, where networks are flooded with traffic, which in turn leaves legitimate service requests unattended. A variant of this is the distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a hacker manipulates a standard SQL query in a database-driven website, it is known as a SQL injection attack. By doing so, hackers can view, edit, and delete tables from databases. Amidst a plethora of cyber attacks, it is indeed a challenge for organizations with several networks and servers to ensure complete security. This is not an easy task, and to help with this, cybersecurity professionals are hired to work on identifying cyber threats and securing a company's network. There are multiple job roles in the field of cybersecurity. If hacking fascinates you, then the role of an ethical hacker is something to be explored. Such professionals try to exploit a network's vulnerabilities, just like how a hacker would do, but only to identify those vulnerabilities and resolve them for protection against an actual cyber attack. But if you are looking to design robust security structures, then the role of a security architect is more apt. A Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, plays a crucial role in enterprise security and is entrusted with the overall safety of the information in an organization. So, here's a question for you. Identify the type of cyber attack where the hacker's system takes over the client's IP address. A. DDoS attack. B. Man-in-the-middle attack. C. Phishing attack. D. Password attack. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. With the increase in the production of global digital data, it is anticipated that cyber attacks will quadruple in the near future. Organizations are going to need cybersecurity professionals who can prevent these attacks. A career in the field of cybersecurity is lucrative and a very smart decision for professionals now. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified with Simplilearn and become a cybersecurity expert. If you enjoyed this,
so from the cyber security, we will ensure that we cannot use same passwords for all the accounts. We can commonly use the same password like 123456 or QWERTY or our first name or our pet's name, our mother name, our maiden father name, or our school name, whatever it may be. But it is a way to leads, or it is a breach into your account. With so many from the field of study, so many persons will able to use the passwords like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Suppose they 6-digit password, they can do 1, 2, 6. 8-digit password, 1, 2, 8. So whenever you can set your password, nowadays the ISPs, the web services providers, will allow you to have one captcha sir, one small letter sir, numeral sir, one special symbol sir. So you have a combination of these things. Then it will say weak password, strong password, or strongest password, or good password. Likewise, during the password setting, they have to judge your password length based on the password length, based on the password characters. They have to categorize your passwords. Then slowly, in IRCTC, they have to improve the security features for booking the tickets. Suppose if you have only one account, user account, you may permitted to book 6 train tickets in a month. Suppose if you are not able to booking 7th ticket, it won't be allow you. Why? Because the common bookings will be available to all the persons. So the IBM servers, the IRCTC servers will ensure that the tickets will be getting to all the members in the country. So from the particular user, nobody can book the ticket as individual user. I'm not saying the agent. Suppose agent will book 100 tickets, or depends on the his quota, he may book it. But as normal user, he can book only 6 tickets per month. Okay, from day 1 to 30th day. Suppose if you're booking 7th date, it won't be out. But you can browse what are the trains will be flooded from one station to another station. You can browse it. But during the booking time, it won't be allowed because it is security reasons. All the members will able to get their tickets. Okay, sir. Next, I can able to book my ticket with another ID. The same person. I have a number of mail IDs, sir. So one will be Yahoo. Then I can use my Gmail account. Yes, you can create it. But what they do is they can synchronize your mobile number. So how many numbers you can have, but the mobile number will be 1 or 2. So they have to send the OTP to the mobile. Suppose if you say 2 different accounts will be using the same mobile number, it says that this mobile number is already linked with this ID. So you can't create a new account. You can't create a new account in a ordinary user account. Then during the Tatkal booking time, so you know that the tickets will be getting very, very tough in the training. So during Tatkal time, you know that 10 to 11, third AC as well as second AC will be opening. Okay, from 11 o'clock onwards, your normal sleeper class will be Tatkal opening. So during normal time, it will allow to book only 1 ticket per user. If you are not able to book the connecting train also, it is difficult to book that particular time period. This all under the security measures because during the Tatkal time, you cannot sell your tickets. So these are some security measures they are available, they are introduced by the IRCTC. Similarly, so these are the familiar sites I have to go and I have to ensure that so I can able to share the things. But in suppose for the example, for the mobile transactions, for the SBI online transactions. So earlier days they can use only the username as well as password. Now they can introduce a virtual keyboard to enter our username as well as password. So whenever we can type our username as well as password, the key log attackers will have to restore or we can store their key patterns. So based on the key pattern, they have to search, okay, this is the password and something. So automatically the key loggers will be saved. So based on this, they have to ensure that they have to get our passwords. So to avoid this one, they have to give a virtual keypad. When by seeing virtual keypad, they always search the particular character in the different places. So whenever you can open any SBI account in the app, so they can have the passwords or you can have the PIN number. So the PIN number is randomly moved. Normally we have 1, 2, 3 will be first row, 2, 4, 5, 6 will be second row, 7, 8, 9 will be third row, then 0 will be center point. Left side we have the star, right side we have the hash. So this is the normal pattern available. So but whenever you have to open your online SBI app, sorry, there is UNO app, SBI for UNO app. When you open to input the PIN number, the PIN number will be randomly placed in such a way that you can each and every time you have to select, you have to you have to search the PIN number correctly and you can pin it. So what is the reason? It is avoiding any third person. Okay, you can always go to the top means the first number is available. Right hand top means third number is available. Between the three means okay, second number is available. So it will be avoiding the thief or hackers to get your password or PIN number. So whenever you can enter your PIN number in the ATM, suppose anybody will be available behind you, what you can do? You have to hide the movement of your hand. So then they don't know how they cannot breach your PIN numbers. Okay, so it is a olden ATM. Now latest ATM, we can have the thumb impression and biometrics, and again I will say that the numbering will be randomly displayed and each and every information. Suppose do you have any doubts? We can ask. We can discuss. So my sincere advice is you have to use your all personal and professional information in the safest manner.
Video, a thumbs up would be really appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe to the Simply.
So with this, I thank the management or organizations to give the opportunity to have the seminar in your prestigious institutions. Thank you. If any doubts or any discussions, I am here.
Dear participants, you can ask queries related to the topics that has been discussed about cyber security, data science in day-to-day life. Any queries, please?
Or if we not able to speak it, just type it in the chat box. I will reply.
Please type in a chat box if you have any queries. Any queries, please? Dear participants, any questions related to the topics you can ask. Hello. No queries? No questions? Okay. Thank you, sir, so much, Dr. Manishwaran, sir, giving a excellent lecture about the role of cybersecurity and data science in day-to-day life, for accepting our request and delivering a lecture, which is very useful nowadays regarding the data science related cybersecurity. I really thankful, sir, from our college side for accepting and delivering a good lecture about this topic. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Regarding the attendance and the feedback form will be shared by 4 o'clock in the chat box.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.